And good morning. Item 1 is a resolution amending the FY 2021 grant fund operating budget of the Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County to expend private donor funds in an amount not to exceed $10,000 from the Community Foundation of Greater Memphis and Mr. Andrew Scroggin for the Juvenile Court-appointed Special Advocate CASA program. This item requires appropriation and expenditure of FY 21 grant funds in the amount not to exceed $10,000, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by myself. Ms. Skelton, if you'll name and title, you may begin.
Good morning. I'm Pamela Skelton. I'm the Chief Administrator with Juvenile Court.
Is it on?
Well, that would help. How about that? All right. Good morning to you all. I got a little frightened since I'm Pam Skelton. I'm the Chief Administrator of Juvenile Court. I got a little frightened since I was the first one out on the agenda, so I thought I better just come on down here because I didn't want to start us out with technical difficulties, so forgive me for that. I have a resolution this morning which we're very grateful to bring before you. We have had two grants and or donations. One is from the Community Foundation of Greater Memphis, and one is from Mr. Andrew Scroggin, a $5,000 donation from each. And both were asked to be directed toward our CASA program. Most of you know about our advocacy program with CASA. We have over 30 volunteers now who have been doing a stellar job over the last year, meeting in parks and open areas to advocate for these children. We would respectfully request that our grant fund operating budget be amended to allow us to accept this $10,000 and spend to continue paying our temporary employee who manages the cases and the current volunteers.
Great, thank you. Seeing no one in the queue, anyone online wishing to speak? Hearing none, let's bring this item to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Brooks, Moore, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Morrison, aye. Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes, Commissioners Billingsley, Wright, Ford, Morrison, and Jones. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 2?
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County government on behalf of the Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County and Juvenile Intervention and Faith Best Follow-Up, JIF, to provide evening reporting services in the amount of $131,650. Said contract with commence upon execution through June 30th, 2021, with the opportunity for additional 1-year periods under the same terms and conditions upon County Commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of juvenile court judges FY 21 general funds in the amount not to exceed $131,650, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by myself. Skeleton, name and title, you have the floor again.
Pamela Skelton, Chief Administrator. Again, this is our contract for our evening center. We put this matter out to bid at the start of the fiscal year back in July, August. We realized that we did not have the funds to continue the program as is. We rebid it out with a smaller number of children. We're able to get a bid in that we could manage. The annual bid for this contract for the 4 full year renewals is $131,650. We will enter into the contract approval for the last 2 months of this fiscal year, which will be about $23,000. We will continue virtually until it's feasible to go back to in person. GIF was already, before the program ended back in June 2020, they were already on a virtual platform and were issuing the children iPads, and the program has been missed. We would respectfully request that this contract be approved.
Thank you. Seeing no one in the queue, anyone online wishing to ask a question or comment? Hearing none, let's bring this item to a vote.
Yes.
No, that was Commissioner Billingsley, right?
Correct. This Commissioner Billingsley, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Sawyer. Whaley. Wright.
Yes.
Wilson.
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford. Ford.
Aye.
Fields.
Aye.
Mallory. Morrison. Chairman Jones. We have aye votes from Billingsley. I don't believe Commissioner Kern. Wright. Milton. Brooks. Ford. Mills. Morrison. And Jones. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Parliamentarian,
Thank
would
you
you
so
please
much.
read item number 3?
Item 3 is a resolution approving a contract with Alliance Healthcare Services to provide mental health services for adults transported by the Shelby County Fire Department and to provide training for fire department staff to identify and respond to individuals in need of mental health services. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 fire enterprise funds in the amount not to exceed $50,000, sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford.
Okay, parliamentarian, my understanding is these are only going to be discussion items 3 and 4. Okay, we are good. Our agenda is out of order, is where the confusion has come from. Okay, so we are on the 3rd page, which is number 2 of our agenda. Item number 3, and it has been moved by Commissioner Brooks and seconded by Commissioner Ford. there anyone here to speak to this or the sponsor?
I'm a little confused. I just read something about Alliance Healthcare Services.
Okay,
So she
that's not the right one.
Okay, so for the public, as Commissioner Mills indicated, it was just a flip top. So that is not the item that is before us. So I will now read the item that is before us. Item 3 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, requesting that the contract with Global Tel Link be amended in order to change the telecommunication and/or visitation charges, imposed on inmates, detainees, and their families throughout the criminal justice facilities within Shelby County, Tennessee, to $0, no cents, effective July 1, 2021, sponsored by Commissioner Tammy Sawyer.
Okay, thank you. And this item has been moved by Commissioner Brooks and seconded by Commissioner Ford. We'll go to the Q. Do you want to speak first or the sponsor?
I just saw Commissioner Sawyer have a seat. I was going to say that, well, I tell you what, I'll yield to Commissioner Sawyer. I just know that item 3 in your committee, and there's something in my budget committee as well concerning this. But I like to hear from the sponsor concerning this because I know she also has concerns concerning an item that's in my committee as well. So I'd like to go ahead and yield to Commissioner Sawyer so that we can get guidance on where we might need to go on.
Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Sawyer, you have the floor. Thank you, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. I hope our hair doesn't look like Chairwoman Mills. She didn't hear me, okay. So I would like to actually motion to move this to the budget committee. It's not a concern of it being in this committee. It's a concern of the fact that there's a contract under the budget committee that deals specifically with this as well. My concerns are twofold with this contract. The first is that this came before the commission in 2019 as a discussion item. Overwhelmingly, I believe the commission was opposed to the additional charges added through the video streaming services. I tried to make sure, I believe everyone has a copy of the amended contract. If you look at Amendment A in this contract, which is, tell you the exact page. Exhibit A, I apologize. Exhibit A begins it's the last section of the book. The page numbers aren't here. These fees that are related to the streaming services. First of all, this contract amendment was signed November 2020. It is now April 2021. In 2019, the commission stated that they were not in favor of tablets and streaming services being in the jails. So this never came back before us as a discussion item. So I shared that this morning with Director Alexander as one of my largest concerns. If you look at the fee plan, it might seem pretty low, but when you actually start to add things up, the fees are pretty exorbitant. And when, one of the streaming services alone, just to stream music is $25 a month. I pay $14 a month for Spotify and I have an income. Most of our inmates are indigent and their families are living in poverty. And so in the midst of a pandemic, adding these additional fees and adding these tablets into the jails without coming before us again seems a little underhanded, if I can be honest here. We were very clear about our hesitation, and I believe the commission was owed a conversation. This should have come before us as an item, this amendment. This should not have just been found. It was actually found. Additionally, we've added charges for video visitation. Director Alexander and Chairwoman Mills, do you mind if I just take an extra minute? Thank you. Director Alexander states that he was able to get one 10-minute visitation per week free for indigent inmates, and I believe a few other considerations. But the fact that we're in the midst of a pandemic that's yet, the state of emergency is yet to be removed, I think that is pretty tone deaf. The last issue outside of budgetary is that, an additional budgetary issue is that there are recovery fees that are coming back to the county. That were discussed with us. I believe at a minimum, $1 million a year plus 0.5% of the total charges to the inmates. So not only are we charging the inmates, we're profiting off them, and I'm opposed to that. And finally, let me, somebody's not muted on the phone. Finally, let me just state that about earlier this year, January, we had a presentation related to the Policy Link Fellowship that the county is a part of. We received a letter this morning. I received a call yesterday that if this fee structure goes forward, not only will they remove Shelby County from this fellowship, which is in partnership with other cities such as LA, St. Paul, I believe Baltimore, and others who are facing the same issues as we are with criminal justice and recidivism. We will also have to pay back the fellowship costs, which is almost $100,000 to them. So all of those things, and I know I said I wanted to move this item because, but I just felt moved to share what my concerns were. And hopefully that makes sense for why I want to put it next to the other GTL item in budget, which is a maintenance fee. And I have questions about the maintenance fee associated with this contract. So Commissioner Mills, if you are not opposed to this moving of the item, I would like to move it into budget.
I'll second.
Okay, parliamentarian, are we in order to move this to the budget committee if it has a motion and a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Let's talk to
Any-
Marcy Star.
okay, that's okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Sawyer, seconded by Commissioner Ford to move this item to the budget committee. Is there an objection?
I just got a comment before we ask
Okay.
if it's without objection, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Ford.
Very quickly, and thank you for the information, Commissioner Sawyer. And what I'll do is, upon this being without objection, I'll make sure that I call this up. Let me ask you, would you like it to be discussed before we talk about item 5 or after item 5? It doesn't matter. Item 5 is the Global Tel Link discussion. Would you like it before or after?
I think that should go before, because what we do with this may impact that fee schedule as well.
And what I'll do is when we dispose of item 4, since this will be item 10, I'll go through the order of the day, but then I'll let item 10 be the item that we're going to move. And then we'll go from there, because I got a couple of questions and concerns too. I just want to make sure that this isn't Red Rover 2.0. And that's all I got to say. And we'll find out. I know we will.
Chairman Mills,
Yes, sir. Commissioner Billingsley. You have the floor, Commissioner Billingsley.
Chairman Mills,
Yes, sir, you have the floor. Go ahead, Commissioner Billingsley. Okay, he must be having technical difficulties on his end. Okay, it has been moved and seconded to move this item to the Budget Committee. No objection, so moved. Okay, parliamentarian, would you please read item number 4?
Item 4 is a resolution reappointing Scott B. Petrus, Esquire, as Public Administrator of the Shelby County Probate Courts and setting $500,000 as the bond amount for the Probate Court Public Administrator. This item requires an expenditure of fiscal year FY 2021 general funds in the amount of $3,570, sponsored by Chairman Eddie S. Jones, Jr.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Chairman Jones, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Who do we have presenting for this item? Okay,
Judge Webster.
okay. Welcome. If you'll just name and title for the record, and you'll have the floor.
Good morning.
Is your
Judge,
microphone on?
Judge,
Push that
yeah.
button below.
there you go. You can sit.
Is it on now?
It is now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning. This is Karen Denise Webster, Judge, Shelby County Probate Court, Division 2. And Mr. Petros is here with me, standing near. And we're here seeking a resolution to reappoint him as public administrator for Shelby County Probate Courts. In that position, he served several years, quite a few years. I think this is his 4th, maybe even his 5th reappointment for a 4-year term. But basically, he is appointed by the courts to handle the most problematic cases that come before us. And he serves in that capacity so willingly and efficiently. Any compensation that he receives comes from the estates themselves. So in this area, there's no county exposure. The only exposure for the county would be the premium for the bond. We're here respectfully asking that he's reappointed for another 4-year term. We stand here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. So basically, commissioners, this item would not take effect until July 1, going into the new fiscal year. So we are approving it now. The judge's time is limited. She has court cases, and I asked that it be brought at this particular time so that we could get it out of the way and not have to deal with it in budget. So during budget season. So let's, and I support this item and ask that the commission do the same. So with that said, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Is there a commissioner online with questions or comments? Okay, seeing no one else, let's bring this item to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner, Sawyer,
Yes.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford, Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Morrison,
Aye.
Sherman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Ford, Mills, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 10 aye votes.
Thank you. And this item to reappoint Scott Petros Esquire will go to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. Thank you, Judge Webster. Seeing no further business before the Committee for Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts, we will conclude Committee number 4.
Call to order committee number 18, for workforce development. And we have one item, parliamentarian, if you read the item.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1, summer work opportunity for youth to last approximately 5 minutes. The presenter is Mance Aitchen of FedEx.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to invite Mr. Aitchen up for this item. We so appreciate your coming down, and this is an item that Workforce Development has had Mr. Aitchen here before, and we had a good event with Commissioner Brooks and I and some of you others in the, I guess it was the early fall or late fall. And now we have a great opportunity for our youth, and we appreciate your coming down to tell about it.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm really kind of excited this morning about the presentation I'm making to this commission board. Commissioner Morrison gave me a call concerning an idea that she had, and got Commissioner Brooks on board. And what we're getting ready to do, I've already set it up, and it's already ready to go. We're going to hire college students for the summer. They can come to FedEx, work for the summer. They go back to school, they come back and work for the holiday. And we're going to pay them. I think the last time I was here, the pay was $15 an hour. But now we're paying $20 an hour. $20 an hour. And we are also going to provide transportation for those who don't have a ride to work. So this is really going to be a great opportunity for college students to get on board in a major company. And then when they come back for the holiday season, they can work again. We've already started this. They will have an option to work day shifts or night shifts. Both shifts will be available. And as I said again, with transportation. The only thing about it, they won't be able to have benefits because they'll only be working, during the summer season and the holiday season. But what this does is give them an opportunity to get on board at FedEx. And then once they're out of school or still in school, if they decide to come on board permanently, we can bring them on board and they can move up to other things like ramp agents, service agents, team leaders, and then of course they can go into management positions as well. So this is about getting them in the door, giving them a great fresh opportunity to come into FedEx during the summer months. And we're going to have an event. We've already set up an event. We're going to call it FedEx College Day. This will be May the 15th. At our facility, Commissioner Morrison and Brooks, we're going to get together and put together a promotional package so that we can let the community know that this is going to be available on May the 15th. But we will be hiring college students. The only thing you're going to have to do, of course, is pass the background and drug test because you're going to be working on federal property. But again, I would just ask for the support of each one of you commissioners to go into your areas, into your colleagues and those people that you interact with on a daily basis, and help us to promote this and get these young people hired in at $20. I'm just excited about it. So much has happened with the pandemic and everything. So what FedEx has done, we've decided to try to make life a little better for the community, and we've raised our pay. And then, and I'll tell you something, what's big, transportation. I mean, I've been in FedEx 41 years, and now we're picking you up, bringing you to work, and then taking you back. It's just a golden opportunity. So I know I had a few moments, but I just wanted to drop this great nugget to this commission this morning, and I'm just hopeful that everyone will be on board to help us push this to make this effort great.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aitchen. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also add Commissioner Lowry's asked to be a part of this team to bring this forward. And I see this as a large part of what the Chamber's trying to do with Upskill 901. These jobs will be somewhat like internships that then the students can come back if they choose and find FedEx to be a fit and grow within the company. So I am just very, very excited about it. I really appreciate Commissioner Brooks and Lowry's support as well, and your being here this morning. Commissioner Brooks, I see you in the queue.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, Mansell. Thank you for your presentation this morning as we move forward to enhance recruitment and retention at FedEx, and it certainly is a career opportunity for our college students. Yesterday, Commissioner Sawyer, myself, and Commissioner Lowry was on a conference call with some of the high school students as part of legislative day for the school system. And one of the opportunities, and I spoke about the internship that the commissioners had, but one of the opportunities that was asked of the students were, can students work? And these were high school students, by the way. And I'm assuming that if they're 18 and above, they're eligible to apply. Am I correct?
Yes.
They was wondering how could they continue to promote an opportunity like this and take advantage of it. So there might be an opportunity where we can work with SCS and present that same opportunity to those students because there was an interest that was expressed at SCS.
Well, I'm so happy you mentioned that, Commissioner Brooks, because on May 18th, 19th, and 20th, we're bringing all the high school students to FedEx. We're going to hire them that day. I did a project at the University of Memphis where they brought the high school students to the University of Memphis, 311 of them. We're bringing the high school students on May 18th, 19th, and 20th to the recruitment center. We're going to take them through the application process. And to those, of course, who pass the application process, we're going to hire those students. And here's the added extra to that. We're also offering opportunities to their parents. So we're going to be hiring the high school students and their parents. And once again, we're going to be offering them the opportunity for transportation as well. And these are permanent positions also. Because once they turn 18, of course, everyone's not going to leave Memphis. Everyone's not going to go straight to college. And those who go to college can go to school and FedEx as well. So we're getting them at the age of 18. And hopefully by the time they get out of school, we can move them into more progressive positions.
So one of the things that brought up in our discussion yesterday was free college. So I think part of this is the tuition that FedEx pays for students who aspiring to go to college in any field that they choose to. So that might be something that I think you want to emphasize when you're interfaced with them, to talk about the tuition program that FedEx offer to employees who are aspiring to go to college.
Right, and if the commissioners are not aware, we have a program where we pay $5,200 a year for you to go to the University of Memphis for an online business degree and $3,000 a year for any other educational institution.
Thank you so much. Anything else, Commissioner Brooks?
No, thank you. And thank you, Mansell, for sharing that
I
information.
appreciate this time. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, this will conclude Committee 18, Workforce Development. Thank you.
I call to order Committee 16, Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements. Would you please read item number 1?
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution amending the FY 2021 Capital Improvement Plan, CIP budget, and approving amendment number 2 to contract GA 1921764 between Shelby County Government and Turner Construction Company in an amount not to exceed $860,455 for construction services at 814 Jefferson Avenue. This item requires an amendment of the FY 2021 CIP budget and the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2021 capital improvement plan funds in the amount not to exceed $860,455 and provides an amended contract total of $29,271,534, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Brooks. It's seconded by Commissioner Billingsley. Director Lafferty is with us. I'm sorry. Director Cliff Norval is with us this morning. I hadn't had any coffee today. Director Norval. I do want to tell you, Mr. Chairman, and to the members of the body, I met at length with Cliff this past week talking about this item. And I'd love it, Cliff, if you could just sort of expand in a few minutes on the status of the health department building. Things have gone remarkably smooth. They're pretty close to being on time, even in the midst of COVID. If you haven't seen the new health department building that we all turned dirt on during our term, it's remarkable the progress that has been made. But again, Mr. Norval has done an exceptional job trying to keep this within budget and on time. So you have the floor, my friend.
Thank you, Commissioner. Cliff Norval, Public Works Director. If you don't mind, let me take a few minutes to kind of explain the journey that we've been on. We began this journey in 2012.
Mr. Noble,
Yes, sir.
can you go to that mic over there?
Yes, sir. Cliff Norval, Public Works Director. As you recall, we began this journey on the Health Department back in 2012. And when we originally started this journey, we enlisted some consultants to look at the condition of the existing Health Department building and options in terms of addressing the needs there. And it was recommended that a new building actually be constructed. And when we got the original cost estimates for the building, our consultants told us back in 2012 and 13 that it would cost us about $17 million. We began to plan for that, and we hired another consultant to design and implement the master plan. And when they prepared their construction documents, they told us that it was going to be less than 24 million. So we, as a county, tried to be conservative, and we were only able to budget 25 million in the fiscal 18 and 19 year. And when the bids came in, 4 vendors responded to the bids, and all of them exceeded our $25 million budget. So we had to go in and make some cuts to the original base bid in order to fit within our $25 million budget. Now, that original base bid included some contingency dollars, which is common in construction projects because you never know what you might run into when you're building. And unfortunately, we've been impacted by that. And I'm coming to you now. We have reached substantial completion of the building, but there's a few more things that still have to be done before we can get a use and occupancy permit. We had the fire inspector come and point out a few things that needed to be addressed. We had the CDC come by, and they made some recommendations in terms of some security related to some of our X-ray machines and some of our laboratories. We've had some changes, adjustments in the scope of work, because originally the building was designed to have a biohazard laboratory in it, but the state changed direction on us mid-construction, and so that had to be taken out, and that space was converted to some office space, and so that added to the cost of the project. We have some telecommunication and data connections equipment associated with some of these changes in the building, and we also originally cut out a fenced-in area at the parking lot to provide secure storage for some of our health department vehicles, as well as some employee parking. And then we added a second entry exit to the parking lot. And so, as you see in your resolution, we need to make a last amendment to the Turner contract for this amount of $860,455 to finish the project up and move in. And so we are asking your approval of this contract amendment.
Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Billingsley. Director Noble, so all of these funds are coming from the contingency and not from another project that was outlaid in the CIP budget. I just want to be clear where these funds are coming from.
That is correct. In the CIP 5-year plan, there is a $1 million contingency line item, and it has not been used this year, and all of these funds for this amendment are coming from that line item.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Mr. Norval, I want to recognize your efforts. We look forward to cutting the ribbon. About what time would that be? When do you anticipate that the project will be finished and ready for a walkthrough?
What we're hearing right now, the actual completion and move-in date is sometime near the end of June, early July. And so we anticipate a grand opening sometime in mid-July.
And also, just so the commissioners know, commissioners, ever since I was a child, the old health department building, if you've ever been there, there's literally no parking. And I don't know how it was ever designed, because it's really hard to park at the old health department building. What'd you say, Chairman? What? No, because there's nowhere to park. You can't even get a ticket. You can't find a space to get a ticket. So again, I don't want to make this go on forever, but Director Norval, share with the body the future for parking for patients and customers that are coming to the health department in the new building.
Yes, sir. As you may recall, we came to you a few months ago and we had the first amendment to Turner's construction contract. And that amendment 1 included the actual demolition of the existing health department facility. And then once it's demolished, that entire area is going to be covered with a new parking lot. And the parking lot was sized for about 275 parking spaces, if I'm not correct. My memory serves me correct. But in that parking, there is going to be at least an allotment of 30 or to 40 parking spaces for customers of the health department.
Very good. Well, thank you again, Director Norval. Commissioners, again, this was moved by Commissioner Brooks, seconded by Commissioner Billingsley. Let's prepare the screens for voting for item number 1.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford, Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Mills, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 10 aye votes.
Item number 1 receives a favorable recommendation. Parliamentarian Rankin, please read item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution to expend capital improvement funds in a amount not to exceed $99,998 for approved purchases from 1, Datacom Services Corporation for surveillance equipment in an amount not to exceed $49,999, and 2, Excel Business Products LLC for furniture and equipment in an amount not to exceed $49,999 for the Shelby County Health Department facility located at 814 Jefferson Avenue. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2021 CIP funds in an amount not to exceed $99,998, sponsored by Commissioner Van D. Turner Jr.
Very good. Thank you so much. This item was moved by Commissioner Brooks. It was seconded by Commissioner Mills. We have Dr. Hall with us. Dr. Hall, you have the floor.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dr. Lasagna Harris Hall, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer and Interim Director for the Shelby County Health Department. The item before you simply requests approval to expend existing CIP dollars for the purchase of an interior and exterior surveillance system for the new facility that will be erected and ready to move in July, and to also purchase equipment, remaining equipment that's needed to outfit our facilities. Datacom Services Corporation has been approved for the purchase of said surveillance system and installation via purchase order P038187. And Excel Business Products LLC has been approved for the purchase of said furniture and equipment via fiscal year 21 bid award pursuant to sealed bid number 1000583. The administration recommends approval.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Commissioners, does anyone have a question for Dr. Hall? Very good. Seeing no one, let's prepare the screens for voting for item number 2.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford, Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
Item number 2 receives a favorable recommendation. Is there any other business before facilities, real property, and capital improvements? Seeing none, this committee is adjourned. Thank you. We have Public Works.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is committee number. Make sure I got it right. Yeah, committee number 2, Public Works. We have 2 items, Madam Parliamentarian.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving the agreement between Shelby County and Coastal Fuels, Inc. to secure the public improvements to Woodland Hills 2 PD Third Amendment Part of Area 6, Phase 14, PD 19-09CO, and authorizing the recording of the plat when bonding procedures have been fulfilled. This item does not require expenditure of county general funds, sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion electronically, please? Thank you, Commissioner Turner. It's been seconded by Commissioner Whaley. Good morning.
That's why I was just wanting to say that this is the same thing that you guys seen phase 13 of it last month, and this is the continuation.
And I know who you are, but you know the routine.
Yes.
Name and title. All right, thank you. Are there any questions on item 1? Seeing none, let's go ahead and go to the vote on item 1.
Commissioner Billingsley, Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford, Ford,
Aye.
Mills, Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Please reveal and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Ford, Lowry, and Morrison. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you very much. This item will go down Monday with a favorable recommendation. Item 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract with Alliance Healthcare Services to provide mental health services for adults transported by the Shelby County Fire Department and to provide training for fire department staff to identify and respond to individuals in need of mental health services. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 fire enterprise funds in an amount not to exceed $50,000, sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford.
Thank you very much, Chief Benson. We'll go ahead and make sure that you got a mic, or is Mr. Dakin doing this presentation? Who is it? Joint presentation. All right, name and title. Y'all know the routine. Whoever would like to speak first. Chief.
Can you put it on the floor?
It's been moved by Commissioner Morrison and seconded by Commissioner Whaley. All right, floor is yours, Chief. Or Mr. Dakin. Is your mic on?
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Frankie Dakin, Press Secretary to Mayor Lee Harris. Thank you, Commissioners, for having me here today and for your consideration of this item. This item creates a partnership with Alliance Healthcare Services for the Shelby County Emergency Management Services to directly transport individuals experiencing a mental health crisis to mental health care services. The purpose of this item is to help ensure that when Shelby County residents are in a mental health crisis and call 911, we have empowered our first responders with the very best training and tools to get residents to the services that they need most. This commission has made clear that mental health is just as important as physical health and have made access to mental health care a priority. You recently expanded Shelby County sick leave to include mental health. Thank you, commissioners, for your work thus far on improving access to mental health care. And I believe that this item continues to move that ball forward. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Bradford for his sponsorship. Over the last several months, it's been an honor to work with Chief Alvin Benson to my left, EMS Chief Don Fletcher, Fire Department Medical Director Dr. Joe Holly, Alliance Healthcare Services CEO Lori Powell, and many others in this endeavor. They have been eager to do all they can to make sure that when residents call 911, we provide a response that provides an opportunity for the very best outcome. This effort did not start with this current item, commissioners, and if you can look at the presentation that I passed out to you on slide 1, it includes some actions that the fire department has already taken to date, including all of our fire department dispatchers completing nationally recognized training to handle a wide variety of mental health, behavioral emergency, and suicide calls. The hope is that this supplemental training will help ensure that dispatchers have the ability to ascertain the right information to help first responders as they respond to mental health crises. The fire department has also adopted a new standard operating procedure that allows for EMS personnel to provide voluntary direct transport to mental health services. The next step, commissioners, is before you today, equipping our first responders with supplemental training and a partner to provide mental health care for individuals transported by the fire department. And this item builds on our county's existing partnership with Alliance Healthcare Services. Alliance simply will provide an alternative to the emergency room for individuals being transported by the fire department who are experiencing symptoms of mental health crisis. These voluntary services could include 23-hour observation, an assessment to determine level of care and referral, along with linkage to an appropriate level of mental health care. They provide these services regardless of an individual's insurance coverage. We are proud that this program will be the first of its kind here in Shelby County. Currently, law enforcement has the ability to transfer individuals to Alliance as an alternative to detainment. However, EMS is not equipped with the same option for individuals who have not exhibited violence but need a mental health professional. We believe that this item is timely. You have likely seen the reports about an increase in mental health crises amid the pandemic. The effects of COVID-19 have increased social isolation, grief, and anxiety for many in our community. Oftentimes, these very serious issues can exacerbate existing mental health disorders or even create crises in individuals who have never had such issues. In fact, during the pandemic, about 4 in 10 adults have reported symptoms of serious anxiety or depressive disorder. This is up considerably from about 1 in 10 adults from the previous year. The CDC has recommended that governments should respond with increased intervention strategies. Providing our first responders with this additional tool in their toolkit is one such strategy. Right now, our EMS options are limited for those experiencing mental distress. The only place that they can transport individuals experiencing a crisis is to an emergency room. This is not a great option in a number of cases for a number of reasons. One, our emergency rooms have already been overwhelmed by the pandemic and the need to focus resources on immediate physical trauma. Two, oftentimes the emergency room processing time for a first responder can cause further delays to responding to the next call. Three, while we are proud to be home to some of the very best hospitals in the world, often individuals experiencing a mental health crisis do not need a stint in a waiting room to be followed by a visit from an ER doctor. They need assessment and referral to appropriate mental health care. This program will reduce the Shelby County EMS transports to ER by diverting them to an appropriate care at a qualified mental health care provider. Furthermore, the fire department has identified existing budget to pay for this program. As outlined in the resolution before you, funds will come from the fire department enterprise funds and will have no impact on the general fund. Alliance Healthcare Services will provide monthly reports to the fire department on services delivered and training provided. And we will rigorously assess the success of this program with the goal to continue to improve our response to mental health crises and access to mental health services. While I've had an opportunity to work on this for many months, I fear that I have probably spoken a little too long, and hopefully you hear my excitement about this program.
I was just about to get you, but if your excitement was not there, I was about to cut you off.
Yes, sir,
Since it's
Commissioner.
not a discussion, it's a resolution. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Dakin.
Yes, sir. Apologies for that. And so at this time, I'd like to turn it to the man to my left, Chief Alvin Benson, if he would like to provide any additional remarks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Alvin Benson, Shelby County Fire Department. I don't have obviously anything to add. I think he covered it all. What this does is just adds a tool to the toolbox. I don't have to speak to this body preaching to the choir about mental illness, and I think specifically about what we don't know, the impacts that we don't see, those secret things, those silent things that we don't see. So this will enable us to present another option to the community and put people to the help that they need right away, creating a straight line and all these curves and things, just a straight line to the resource. And that's what this will do for us.
Thank you, Chief. We have several members who would like to be recognized, and we'll start with the first person, which is Commissioner Morrison. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Ford. And I just want to commend both the chief and Mr. Dakin. I appreciated your call about this item, and I believe I agreed to sponsor it. I'm excited about it as well, as another tool in the toolbox of all our first responders. So thank you very much. I'm especially excited about it as it relates to helping those that maybe have opioid issues get straight to the help they need. So thank you very much. I'd like to be added as a sponsor, Mr. Chair.
I'll second that. Is there any objection? Please add Commissioner Morrison as a sponsor. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Whaley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Press Secretary Dakin and Chief Benson. Very much appreciate this item and think it's, timely, certainly, but I think also could be the tip of the iceberg in terms of how we really address a lot of the underlying causes that we see that lead to distress calls. So a couple questions I have. One is, by when do you anticipate we would have some data on the effectiveness of this relative to when we didn't have this tool in the toolbox? In what ways would we measure success? Because I do think it would be helpful for future initiatives, perhaps in other 911 calls, perhaps with the sheriff's office and others. May be interesting to see. So just curious about that.
Absolutely. Commissioner Whaley, thank you for the question. I will take it and then I'll hand it off to Chief Benson because I know he can speak more towards the actual processes in the fire department. But what I will say is that another thing this item provides is supplemental training for our fire department. And that is a little bit on mental health first aid, as I understand it, but they have a lot of mental health first aid. Other training includes information about services that Alliance provided. So how to have that conversation with individuals when they call an ambulance and their family members. So our hope is that as that training happens, that we will see more direct transports to Alliance. But I'm going to pass it off to Chief Benson, but I don't expect this to be, tomorrow or Tuesday that we see the full, impact of this program. I hope that it grows over time. And the report that will be actually submitted to the fire department is in the contract as a part of the exhibit. And it includes not only number of individuals, but what services that they were referred to. And I hope that that guides further conversations amongst stakeholders, Alliance, our fire department, community services about how we can best serve these individuals and where gaps might be. So Chief Benson.
Chief Benson, Commissioner, obviously quantifying the success of this program is going to be a challenge. And I suspect that every one individual that we recommend, that we refer to Alliance, is a success story. So those things that are going on behind the scenes, we don't always see. But as far as I'm concerned, if we make one recommendation or another recommendation, what we've done, we've eliminated a lot of red tape and put that person directly in contact with that center that can provide them assistance and, kind of circumventing the process. So that would be a measure of success. We'll certainly work closer with the Sheriff Department to kind of look at their data, and maybe collectively we can ascertain some success stories. But at the end of the day, particularly for this amount, one referral is a success. So we will certainly look at those as as things progress, and we'll keep the commission informed for sure.
Do you have anything else, Commissioner Whaley?
Thank you.
Make sure I get to the other.
Yeah, thank you for that. I completely agree. And I think I would encourage you to try to find those stories of success, because I think being able to talk about that builds more momentum behind this to be able to potentially do more. So also with that, I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
I'll second that. Is there any objection? Seeing none, please add Commissioner Whaley as a sponsor. And if anybody else in the queue would like to be a sponsor, make sure that you state that accordingly. And we'll go to the next person in the queue. Thank you, Commissioner Billingsley.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I think this is wonderful and much needed, and I would just like to be added as a sponsor.
I'll second that. Is there any objections? Seeing none, Commissioner Billingsley is now added as a sponsor. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. So I'm gonna start off, you can add me as a sponsor, but I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
I'll second. Any objections? Seeing none, you're added. Proceed.
All right, but I do have some questions. And this is strictly based on, Chief Benson, the people that you transport. So what effect would that have on the overall county? I know the unincorporated and where you guys are. And so my question is relevant to that. What impact and number of people that this would affect? And I'm sure legal check this, but I'm gonna ask anyway. So as in state law and what your actual duties and responsibilities are, this can be added to it.
Yes, sir. At the end of the day, it's the consent of the persons that we transport where they go. So those individuals are control of their faculties. They have say-so over where they go. So that part will not change. As far as the impact and what this will ultimately mean countywide or unincorporated wise, as Commissioner Whaley spoke a minute ago, we would hope that this piloting, this momentum will generate such speed that we can have conversations with others, people across the street, for example. So we will measure this, and this will certainly be, I guess, a proof text of sorts to see that this actually works. So that would be the thing, that this will generate momentum that we can spread, and we do have authority to do this already with consent of persons that we're transporting.
Okay, and also, did you check with the Sheriff Department to see if they could do the same in taking people to the right location to get this mental health support? And I'm asking, not you, Chief Benson, Mr. Dakin, because I think the more that we have in this that can get these people to where they need to go, as opposed to if the sheriff gets them, he could either take them to the hospitals or he could take them to 201. How is that being talked about to maybe add more to this?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that question. And I will say this, that when we started looking at this program many months ago, the sheriff's office was one of the first that I engaged with. And I learned through that process that they actually have this ability to transport individuals to Alliance Healthcare Services right now as an alternative to jail. So this really builds on some of their existing work with Alliance Healthcare Services. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Benson because I know he can talk a little bit more about the partnership that goes in responding with the sheriff's department. But my hope is that we can compare notes on individuals that are being transported by the fire department and by the sheriff's department in the goal of providing the very best services to citizens.
Chief.
Commissioner Jones, we are typically on scene at the same time. Particularly if it's in our jurisdiction, we're on the same time with sheriff. So we were able to have those conversations with those frontline individuals who are on the scene right there and collaboratively make a decision about where this person should go and how that should be worked out. But my team's excited about this. We've done some work on this, as you can see with Frankie's presentation and the conversations about redirection of funds or reappropriation of dollars in other areas. This is a perfect example of how that works effectively.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. We have 3 more members in the queue. We will start with Commissioner Lowry, then Commissioner Sawyer, and Commissioner Brooks in that order. And here's Commissioner Lowry.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, how are you? Again, don't want to restate what has been stated. Happy to support this initiative and would like to be added as a sponsor.
I'll second that. Is there any objection? Seeing none, Commissioner Lowry is now added as a sponsor. Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Press Secretary Dakin. Good morning, Chief. Just want to be added as a sponsor and then also say that I think this is really important as we continue to reimagine what policing looks like in Shelby County and in Memphis. And so I'm fully supportive and look forward to what the program will do.
I'll second the sponsorship. Is there any objection? Seeing none, Commissioner Sawyer is now added as a sponsor. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to be added as a sponsor. I would like to have some clarification on the program, and we can talk about it offline in terms of how people who are mental health and need the services, how they will be able to reach out, and whether or not this is all Shelby County or is it just in unincorporated areas.
Unincorporated at the moment.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, thank you.
I'll second the motion for a sponsorship. Is there any objection? Seeing none, Commissioner Brooks, you're now a sponsor. Before I go to anybody that's online, I'd like to be added as a sponsor. Anybody would like to second that?
Second.
That's seconded by Commissioner, I want to say Brooks. Is there any objection? Seeing none, please add me as a sponsor. Do we have anybody online that would like to speak and/or be a sponsor on item 2? Seeing none, they have time on Monday to become a sponsor if they so desire. So what we would do now is we will vote on item 2 as amended with the sponsorships. Please prepare the screen for roll call vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer. Aye. Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford, Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Are we done with the vote?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Ford, Mills, Morrison. We have 10 aye votes.
Thank you very much. Item 2 will go down Monday with a favorable recommendation as amended. This does conclude this committee. We now go to committee number 7, Economic Development and Tourism. I yield to Commissioner Lowry. Thank you.
We're waiting to get the presentation up, I do believe. Is that correct?
Item 1 is an update from the Memphis River Parks presenters, Carol Coletta and Tyree Daniels.
Thank you. And welcome. We are still waiting for the presentation to be put up on the screen. While it's being put up, would you all prefer to start? And oh, here it is. Oh, well, no, it's not. Here we go. I think we're getting there. Welcome, Mr. Daniels and Ms. Coletta. Great to have you here. And please turn your mic on. There you go.
We're so glad to be with you today.
If you'd first state your name and title and address for the record.
Tyree Daniels, Chairman, Memphis River Parks Partnership, 6004 Manor Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38120. Thank you all, commissioners. We're so happy to be with you today to tell you and update you on where we are on the Tomley Park redevelopment. And so we'll go through the presentation. So thank you so much. This month, United Airlines named our riverfront one of the top 5 remarkable waterfronts in the U.S. Awesome designation. We're so happy to not only that you're going to be a partner with us on this redevelopment, but to continue to make our riverfront and waterfront remarkable. As you can see from all of the activity going on downtown, downtown is actually bustling. If you drive down Riverside Drive any afternoon, you see the park is just crowded with families and kids out there having a good time. So it's a great time to embrace our riverfront and actually see that the world is embracing our waterfront as well. So it's an awesome time in Memphis. Next slide, please. As you see things happening, there are three major things going on our riverfront. The park is definitely under construction. As you go down there, you see the Cutbank Bluff is under construction and moving. You also see lots of people moving on, but what we see is people, coming out post-COVID and really embracing kind of life and being outdoors, and it's a great time to do it. One of the things that, next slide, please. One of the things that we see right now is, all the moves that we're making on our riverfront over the last 3 years are addressing and moving us forward, but it's also that missing middle. And it was identified in the 2017 Riverfront Concept Plan was not only do we need to address Tom Lee Park and bring it up to par to where we want a signature park to be, but it also is adjacent to the poorest zip code in Memphis and Shelby County. So it's definitely tackling one of the major barriers that keeps our families from thriving, and we are providing them a recreational outlet that they will not necessarily have access to any other way. So we are very proud of the work that we're doing, and we're proud of being able to take this head on and address one of the issues in our community.
Thanks so much. I'm Carol Coletta, President and CEO of the Memphis River Parks Partnership. And Tyree talked about the missing middle of our riverfront. There's a reason our riverfront in the middle is so underdeveloped. Historically, there was no usable land west of Riverside Drive. If somebody could give me the next slide, it's kind of fun to see and be reminded of why, Riverside Drive, you can see it there in old pictures. You see, there's no land west of it, so there was nothing to get to. But then in the late 80s, if you go to the next slide, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers built a stabilizing berm. And that's the project under construction, and that's what's under Tom Lee Park. It was that work by the U.S. Corps that made Tom Lee Park, the 30-acre park we know today, possible. So all of a sudden the Corps created an opportunity for us to create a destination at our riverfront. And that's what we're doing today. That's what you're helping us build today. This massive infrastructure reuse project began in January, if you'll go to the next slide, on the Cutbank Bluff. And a number of you were there to help us celebrate the beginning. Commissioner Morrison, Commissioner Brooks was there, Commissioner Turner. I love that Commissioner Jones came a day early. That was perfect. You were all there to help us get started. And this is a shot from our live cam. Anytime you want to see construction, you question whether we're working. And that's from the live cam that you can see out there. And if you see the contours of that ramp, and then go to the next slide, you'll see that we are building exactly what we promised to build. That's the new Cutbank Bluff. It's the ADA accessible ramp for pedestrians and dogs and kids and strollers and folks who have to walk a little more slowly with walkers, need a gentler way to get from the top of the bluff to the riverfront. That's the first piece of this that we're building. Very exciting. And so what if you'll just use your imagination for a minute and see how faithfully this work, this image converted to reality. I'm just going to show you very quickly a few new images of the park. You've seen a number of these images. Go to the next slide. We're going to go through these very quickly. So this is the new Civic Gateway coming right down off the Cutbank Bluff across Riverside Drive at a slower connection. And then you come into this beautiful mist fountain. Go to the next slide. 9,000 square feet of misting water. That even looks beautiful at night with that lit garden and grove right behind it. I think this will be a spectacular new piece for Memphis. No fountain, just misting. A lot of fun. Next slide, please. The Civic Canopy in the center, you've seen this before, but it's going to be a beacon sitting right in the middle of the park on the Hewling axis as you cross into the park. And also, if you keep going, you'll see the Point Bar Pavilions. These provide, next slide, provides food and beverage. Every urban park needs park food. And that's what we're going to provide in these pavilions that also will house restrooms, convenient restrooms to all the action in the park. And so and I think the food is going to be particularly essential in this park because people are going to want to linger in this park. Next slide. We've got a great playground. It's almost the size of the one at Shelby Farms. It has all these river creatures you can see in the background. If you can see it, the 20-foot otters that we'll have there, but we have river sturgeon and all sorts of things. If you can see, look carefully there, you can see a little zip line. And this playground is really cool. It's really for all ages, including adults in different parts. So That'll be an exciting new addition for all the families we have today visiting the riverfront. We also have, next slide, really beautiful, quieter, more contemplative parts of this park as you move south, and you see we'll get enough elevation in the park on the west, on the eastern edge of the park, that you'll have to actually bridge over. And this is next to a fantastic new piece of art that I'm not going to talk about today, but just I'll come back and talk about when we're got all the pieces in place. But we're excited about that. We've got an internationally recognized African-American artist who's going to work in this park that we're super excited about. Also keep going, just get to the south end. Got a few more slides to show you. One of the things we're doing, making a big play on with outdoor classrooms. I know you heard that in Shelby County Schools, or Memphis and Shelby County Schools, I guess now. Strategic plan. They mentioned outdoor classrooms going big there. We are going big there too, with the sustainability and resilience and the learning that can come from that, and all the jobs ultimately that will come from that. And then in the background, you can see, next slide, this fantastic tail out trail. It will be, I think, an iconic image of Memphis. I will tell you, it is not in the $60 million budget for the park. But we are working hard on getting this funded. Next slide, one more image of it, and then you can see, I mean, it's just going to be a beautiful. And from there, next slide, you can see all around, and from that, and I see lots of good things happening on that tail out trail. So I'm really hoping we can get that built, because the views will be spectacular. I want to go one more slide, and then Tyree, I want to ask you to come back up and close. This was really interesting information. Stephen Reed and Chisholm Strategies worked with us in January to ask Memphians what they thought about this park and how much more likely they would be to visit with the park once it was described to them. And we got unbelievable numbers on support and intention to visit. And if you look at that, you know, all Memphians, 90%, next gen Memphians, the 18 to 34-year-olds, the people that we want to keep in our city, 97% said they were more likely to visit. 95% of African Americans, 92% of Latinos and Hispanics. And we also broke out that crescent of persistently poor zip codes that surround downtown. 95% of that of people living in those zip codes supported the new park, which I thought was, this is their park. They use it every single day. So Tyree, where'd you go? I want to turn it back to Tyree. Finish up.
So as you can see, the park has great support in our community, not only in our current community, but also people that are coming in that next generation. And I think that's very important and very key, because one of the things that we battle with all the time when we talk about Tom Lee Park is like, who's actually using the park? And if there's ever a question of who is using the park, I invite you, I will personally meet you there. Come down on any evening, but particularly any Wednesday and Thursday evening, and you will see who is using our park. As we look at the renovation and the things that we're doing, you can see that there are areas of the park that get lots of use and that are actually have become crowded. And this is a good problem to have that we're going to work on facilitating. Next slide, please. So timeline, as you can see, the Cutbank Bluff Park portion of the park is already underway. The ground plane of the park will start after Memphis in May in June. And then we will complete the park in mid 2023. So it is underway. Everything is in place. Things are moving. So we are excited about that. Next slide, please. And one of the things that I know this commission has been very, very on top of and really champion is the effort of minority women's business development. We have a 40% goal in our project. We know that is not something that we just said is aspirational, it's something that we're going to do. So we've shown not only in our river parks development and the work that we've done so far in terms of construction along the riverfront that it is possible, we can do it, and we are doing it. So we're looking forward to bringing that as well. Next slide, please. And this is what we hear all the time. Where are you guys on fundraising? Well, we're so happy to report that we are 83, almost 84% done with the capital campaign. And I tell people all the time, they say, well, okay, you guys are not done. Well, let me tell you, raising $60 million in the middle of a pandemic when the world is uncertain and we're getting at 84% is doing awesome. And we have a pathway to finish this campaign. Me, as I serve as chair, and I feel that not only are we going to be finished by June, I'm challenging my entire board to get this done within the next 30 to 45 days, because I know it is so important and so key. But also, even if we are still languishing when the ground playing gets started in June, we're going to complete this and we have the pathway to get it done. So you guys keep us in your thoughts. Next slide, please. So we're changing the riverfront. We're changing the riverfront not just for Memphis River Parks Partnership, but we're changing the riverfront for Memphis and Shelby County. And as we look at in the last 10 years, if we get when we get this done, we will have completed 26 blocks of development in the last 10 years. 26 blocks of riverfront property will be completely changed in a decade in Memphis and Shelby County. And it really is a testament to you all and your partnership and your ability and your belief, but also us as a community about what can happen. Most people that are planning park renos take forever. But we're talking about changing an entire riverfront that is going to be transformed. And as we look to budget season and CIP season, we would ask that this commission remember your commitment that we made last year of completing your $10 million commitment with the 6.7 in that is due in July, as we champion not only the redevelopment of the park, but also bringing a recreational amenity to our community like none other, that is already internationally recognized, that will continue to get better and continue to be a tremendous asset for our community. I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Tyree and Carol, both, for that exciting and really just contagious presentation, your enthusiasm. I'm going to turn it over to our chairman, Commissioner Lowry, whose district this is happening in and who has been such a champion as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for the presentation. Sorry I had to step out at the beginning, but again, all the hard work has been put into this. Again, so excited for what's to come. And I agree, I pass by the park often, and I can attest to the people that are there enjoying the amenities, and is a great jewel, will continue to be so as well. So thank you, Chairman, for taking over the committee as well. I appreciate it.
Let's call on our other commissioners. Would you like me to do that?
Sure,
Okay.
you can go ahead and resume, since I'm not sure where we are.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford, please.
Thank you very much, and great presentation. Great talking to you all before you came today as far as this presentation is concerned. I got one question, and then I got a couple of comments. Next month, well, really next week is May. And you know, we have Memphis in May, and I know Memphis in May is going to be different this year. As far as your communication with the Memphis in May board and associates for 2022, where are we at on that as far as preliminary plans, final plans? We're going to be talking about budget in my next comment, and I know that one thing I'll be looking at in this budget is where we're at on the hotel, motel, bed tax, and other things tourism related. So where are we at on that?
Great. We're always in discussions with Memphis in May. As you know, as we stated, construction will begin on the park in June. So right now, as part of the mediation agreement set forth with Mayor Strickland and his administration and Memphis in May and us, the park, Memphis in May will not be in the park in 2022. because it will be firmly under construction until mid-June, 2023.
All right, thank you. And then the other item, you talked about budget and what the commission did. Well, I know exactly what the commission did. The commission passed in a resolution 3-4, 3-3, and 3-3 for the $10 million to happen. I think the last year being this FY fiscal year 2022. Is that correct, Mr. Daniels?
Correct.
Well, we've had this conversation before. We had this conversation in January. So just for those commissioners that need a refresher, I was given by the CAO. As a matter of fact, I know because he was standing right there. He was sitting right there, and he gave me this book specifically. And when I look at the Shelby County Capital Improvement Plan, and I asked these questions on the record in January about the $3.4 million for FY 2022. When I asked the question about did FY 2021 get fulfilled, the answer was no. Even though one person said yes, I was like, let me go ask the people that are here today. As of today, out of the 10 million, only 3.4 has been allocated by this body. Is that correct?
And actually, we received on July 30th last year, 3.3. So only 3.3 has been.
All right,
filled.
so 6-7 has not been put in.
Correct.
Even though this commission passed a resolution for the other third to be distributed this fiscal year. Is that correct?
Correct. And then last budget season, we amended that to where 6.7 was going to be included in this year's CIP budget.
All right. I was going to ask this question in budget, but I might as well ask now, and then I'll close out. I don't care what the mayor is. I don't care what the administration is. If this body passes something, it should be honored, period. I know some people have their favorites and they decide to justify anything that people do. But I guarantee if it was somebody else, the 3 words you might be articulating are writ of mandamus. I don't expect y'all to do that because that may hurt your fundraising and things like that. You just want to make sure that everything is done just like the resolution we passed. So my question to the CAO who gave me this document, who I questioned in January, will the 6.7 be fulfilled for FY 2022? And if not, what is this administration going to do to honor the resolution that this county commission passed? And what assurances do you give this commission that when we pass something, it will either be signed, vetoed, or executed without signature? Go ahead, Mr. Gill.
Chairman Ford, Dewan Gillum, CAO for Shelby County. I'm not in a position as we speak to preview the mayor's proposed budget that he will present later this morning. But what I will say is at the end of the day, that this administration plans to present a balanced budget, and that we're looking forward to working with this commission and others over the course of the next month or so to get a budget approved that we all can live with, that is in the best interest of our taxpayers.
All right. In conclusion, I don't think I got an answer. Maybe y'all got an answer, but at the end of the day, I'm glad it's on record. And this budget chair will be looking very closely to the presented budget that we have to make sure that whatever we pass, I just want to see if y'all honored it or not, and anything else that you might have done in the budget. I'll yield to the next person in the queue, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Great presentation. Glad to see the progress. Is the skating rink at Tomlin Park where people are skating every weekend now? That's it.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so-
We have lots of that.
Yeah, so I have a lot of friends who are doing this. Skating is hot right now in the street, so they're always down there. But I have 2 quick things. The first thing is, can we see the raw data on the survey.
Survey
Yeah.
results, okay?
And second, can you talk to, so the first was the question, can we see the raw data on the survey? And then second, I had a conversation with Paul Young last week, and we were just discussing downtown development and, you know, some of my concerns about equity in development, which I'm sure you're well versed in. And what I just wanted to share was there was an article about where we are with Tom Lee Park and some of the funding. And I went into the comment section, which I usually have learned not to do. But in the comment section, it was interesting to me because there was a diversity of people who were concerned about the amount of money. And who felt like the money could have been used elsewhere. Some people said crime is high. Why are we spending this money, right? Other people, you know, said my school is not taking care. You know, just it was. I'll send you the link because when I sent it to Paul, what I said to him was, "This doesn't mean let's not do this." And this is what I want to be clear on my position. I am not anti-development. What I think we need to do better with is how we communicate to the broader community. I'm glad to see the survey was done. I'm glad to see the numbers are what they are. But one thing I would really encourage as you continue over these next 2 years is really communicating the impact of these dollars. And not to us, right? But to Memphis and Shelby County.
Great. I think we can do that because, you know, I think your point is well taken. When people hear the $60 million number, they think, you know, wow, we're building a new building. But what they don't realize is the amenities in developing what really is kind of a ground plane costs a lot of money to do those works. And then also we are balancing all the things we have to do in order, and the professionals that we need to deal with the core, because it's a core project. And so explaining that is probably something we can do very well. Good job.
And also, you know, sharing some of the things that you've talked about to us before. I believe you said once schools, well, this before the pandemic when we talked, I think you mentioned that y'all would be doing, you know, some field trips and working with SES to make sure that kids who don't usually get out their neighborhoods come down, get some fresh air, get to enjoy those amenities. So I think that if people hear more, right, about those items, I believe that you will see less concern. That sticker shock outweighs for a lot of people the benefit. I'm usually one of those people. I've come a long way in this conversation with you, but I will also say that on behalf of the people I represent, I would just highly encourage more public communication around the benefit.
Great, well taken, and we'll address that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sawyer. And Commissioner Whaley, to you.
Great, thank you, Chairman Morrison. Thank you, Mr. Daniels, Ms. Coletta, for the presentation. One of my questions Commissioner Sawyer asked, which is around the data, if we can get I'm just curious, mainly the reason for that is curious what parts of Shelby County these numbers are coming from, and then sort of follow up to that is around accessibility and how to make sure that people from all over the county are able to easily access the park and all the amenities. So if you could speak to that for a minute. And then the other question is, if you'll remind me what the ongoing maintenance cost is and who's responsible for that in terms of, I'm sure it's the River Parks Partnership, but in terms of funding, what the amount is and who's responsible for the ongoing maintenance.
Commissioner Whaley, the survey was a reflection of registered voters in Memphis, not in Shelby County. So we were looking at the impact, the views of Memphians, and the demographics reflected Memphis voters, registered voters. Although we know from park counts and park intercept interviews that Jamal Body leads, my colleague who's here, we know that people from all over the county use the park, the riverfront. And just as people from all over the county, use Shelby Farms on the east. What we find though is our demographics on the west are different because of the makeup of the people closest to it. So that's but we still know we serve people from all over the county. And we've had the same kind of response from our public input sessions, just to note that. I'm happy to answer any other questions you have around that and show you data from the intercept interviews we have. About maintenance, we have done at every stage of design, from concept to design design development. What we've done is we've repriced the cost of the park to make sure that we're in budget. We've done the same thing with maintenance as features of the park have become apparent. And I mean, we talk about maintenance of these new features at a very detailed level, very detailed, like, okay, how do we prevent spiders? Because we manage 250 acres of riverfront every day. So we know what problems develop. We know where we're likely to get, damage and so forth. The partnership is responsible for maintaining the park, not just cleaning and keeping it green, but also maintenance of the new facilities we're building. Unlike some facilities that have been built municipally and then not reinvested in over 40 years. So I think it's, we know what those costs are at this point, and we've estimated that the revenue that Leo Events has helped us estimate from the facilities that we're building for rent that can be rented will more than offset the additional maintenance cost. So we don't expect to have, we have an annual allocation from the city of Memphis for maintenance or clean and green, right, of the riverfront. And we don't expect to have to ask for some major increase as a result of building Tom Lee Park. We believe we can do it not within the budget. We will need to increase our budget, but we believe, based on Leo's estimates, very conservatively, we can pay for that out of those event rentals.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that it was sustainable over the long haul, because you're adding a lot of complex features that obviously don't exist now, and it looks good, but the last thing you want is years in the future you're unable to maintain that and the quality of it degrades. So good to hear that that's already built in.
And just so you know, I mean, for instance, even the plantings, the turf, I mean, some of that will actually be easier for us to maintain and less expensive for us to maintain, just because of the nature of they're being built and developed, selected in terms of the plantings for their sustainability and resilience in this environment. In fact, most of the plantings we're using, they're already underway because they're from cuttings that were made in this area. So it's plant material from this area, harvested and then grown, and then we'll put back in the park. So we've got two of the best firms in the world around sustainability and resilience, which I think gives us a great starting position. So.
Great, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Whaley, and those were great questions. Commissioners, seeing that we're almost an hour behind, I would just respectfully ask each of us to watch our own clock when the parliamentarian gives us the 3 minutes, because we have such a full agenda. Commissioner Billingsley.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you, Carol. Tyree, thank you for all your work. As you know, I've been a champion of the Memphis River Parks for a long time, since its inception, and congratulations on the work that's happening. And I think more and more people are buying in and understanding the full impact of the park. I'm glad that, a lot of the public has been deprived of public events because of COVID. And so there's a lot of excitement coming up with the Barbecue Fest that will actually happen in May. I'm not sure how many people even know that the Barbecue Fest will happen in May, but it's open. It's going to be open. But in terms of Memphis in May in 2022, is there anything you can share, or are y'all meeting with the Memphis MA board with Mr. Holt? What can you share about the park being able to be safely open for Memphis MA 2022? Because I think we'll blink, and I'm hopeful that we'll be open. As you know, I don't have to speak to you about the impact that COVID has had on the hospitality industry. Later today, I'm going to be at the Memphis Tourism Board. So again, can you just give us an update for 2022 in May?
Yes, and Commissioner, you know, I live right in the middle. I live at 41 Union, right in the middle of the tourism district, so I feel it every day, just 24/7. And that's so much a foundation of downtown and the riverfront. So we care about the industry too. In the mediation agreement that was negotiated by Mayor Strickland with Memphis MA and the river parks to make sure that we were meeting the physical needs when we built the park for Memphis and May. The mediation agreement calls for Memphis and May to be out of the park for 1 year. And that year was anticipated to be 2022. We believe that, I mean, our construction begins a full year before May 2022 in the park's ground plane. So we will have done a lot of work by that in that year. And we're not sure at this point. I mean, we're not sure at this point, Commissioner, what state the park will be in and whether Memphis MA will, whether there will even be anything other than what we put underground. And there's no way Memphis MA is going to want to remediate any damage that would be done to a year's worth of construction, right? Because then it puts us back again, maybe not even a mid 2023 opening. So and then there's the question of safety. So at this point, you know, we have looked, that we've asked ourselves the question, could we provide for Memphis MA to go back in the park in 2022? Just given talking to the contractor and the designers, we don't think that's going to be a possibility. But that doesn't mean Memphis MA couldn't or shouldn't be downtown. Now, I don't speak for Memphis MA, obviously, but I'm hoping that they will find an alternative downtown location if they can't be in the park. And we don't expect that they will be able to be in the park, given we will have done a year's worth of work. And, you know, will there be lawns? You'll have construction everywhere. That's pretty tough.
Again, this is all new to us because things are just now starting to reopen with COVID. But everything you shared with me, is that discussions y'all have had with Mr. Holt and the board? Are they very well aware of 2022? I mean, based on your description, it sounds very unlikely that the park will be open in May of 2022. Do they know that? Do they know everything you just shared with me?
Well, yes, it's in the mediation agreement we signed in December of 2019.
Gotcha.
So there shouldn't be any confusion about that. We've not been, and Floyd Benson, their operations director, sits on the design review committee and has been in all the meetings and has had even independent conversations with the design team on details, working through details. So there shouldn't be any confusion about it. As I say, it was in the December 19 agreement.
Again, I'll defer to you and Memphis MA. I'm just really asking on behalf of the citizens of Memphis and of Shelby County, and even regionally, so many people that come in. I'll ask this one last question. Is there any reason to believe that in May of 23 that the park shouldn't be open for Memphis MA?
Well, given it's a construction project with an 18-month, a lot of things can happen. Okay. You can have snow, there are things that can happen, but we certainly right now fortunately, we're right on schedule. We've just begun, but we've not lost any time. So that is our plan.
Well, it's good to hear you report that you're on schedule. So again, absolutely support the Memphis River Parks. Thank you to you and to Mr. Daniels, and for all you're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Sawyer, you have a follow-up question?
Yes, ma'am. Just really quickly, how are you doing today,
Hey.
Carol? On that response to Commissioner Whaley about the data being registered voters, I don't know if you all plan to do another survey, but I think that that kind of cuts out a portion of the population. So I would just like to make that note.
Well, let me say one thing just to clarify, and I appreciate you asking the question. The demographics are mirror registered voters. So we didn't start with registered voters. Our demographics mirror registered voters.
Got you. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation, Ms. Coletta and Mr. Daniels. I'm looking forward to the renovation and the new look of the park downtown. It's really a centerpiece of this community. I'm trying to think where I was, and I walked on the river park, and I thought to myself, this is hopefully what Memphis would look like, our riverfront in the upcoming years. I think I was in Detroit, and down in Detroit, they've totally renovated that river walk, and that thing is beautiful. And, I could see that being us one day. So I definitely support, hopefully we can get this money to you in the budget. Per what Chairman Ford indicated, we did pass that, I think 2 or 3 years ago. So we want to make sure that happens. And I think, for all of the challenges we have, I just saw something on Facebook that talked about our homicides. I'm hopeful for the new police director, police chief, Ms. Davis, as she comes in. But with all the homicides and with all the things that are plaguing us as a city, the poverty, this would be something hopefully that would inspire us and give us hope and give us new energy and give us a reason to, get up and keep moving and keep motivated and to keep loving our city. And for us up here, it didn't take much. The reason why we're up here is that we love our city and our county. That's why we are offering ourselves for service. But we need some inspiration, and this could be perhaps a catalyst to start that process. Oftentimes it feels like Nashville beats up on us, and all we got is us. So we got to love on us and support us no matter what, because sometimes it seems like what that shirt says, Memphis against the world, Shelby County against the world. So all we got is each other, and we got to do this for ourselves and for our city and for this county. So I'm hopeful that this will work out. Thank you very much.
That's beautifully said. Thanks, Commissioner.
Very well said, Commissioner Turner. Is there anyone online that had a question? I don't have access to see your names. All right. I believe that we've run through the queue, and we thank you both for being here and giving that exciting update. Thank you so very much. And this will
Thank you.
conclude Committee number 7 for Economic Development.
Commissioner Milton.
Okay, let's go ahead and start delinquent tax properties. Please read the one and only item.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 92 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $344,441.13 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton.
Have a motion on that in a second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Whaley.
Excellent. I don't seem to see anyone in the queue. Is there anyone online wishing to speak on this item? Hearing none, let's move to a vote, please.
This item is a vote that can only be made by the members of the meeting. So,
Yes.
Commissioner Milton,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
and Wright.
Yes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright, Milton, Brooks, and Mills. We have 4 aye votes.
Okay, the item goes down with favorable recommendation. That concludes the delinquent tax property. Next will be general government. Chairman Jones, please.
Thank you. Call to order general government. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley.
All right, the item's been moved by Commissioner Billingsley, seconded by me. Have the floor.
Good morning to everyone. This resolution approving the election of notaries public for the appointment and or reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, approves the appointment of 157 and the reappointment of just 2 notaries for public for Shelby County, Tennessee. The Shelby County's clerk's office has reviewed each notary application, verified that each applicant has complied with Tennessee Code Annotated. Section 8-16-101 subsection C established that each applicant meets the state law age and residency requirement and confirmed that none of the applicants are disqualified by said statute. The source and amount of funding and contract items aren't applicable in this scenario, and the Shelby County Clerk's Office recommends approval of this resolution. And of course, I've gone through each one individually myself. And it does not, this particular list does not conflict with any of you. So it's my report at this time. If there are any questions.
Just state your name and where you work.
Sure. Michael Burnett Joyner, the Shelby County Attorney's Office.
All right, any commissioner wanting to speak on this item from online? All right, hearing none, Madam Clerk, prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer. Aye. Whaley. Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford, Ford,
Aye.
Fields, Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Ford, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 10 aye votes.
All right, that item passes. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 2. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Item 2 is the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, establishing a Black Caucus for purposes of addressing the concerns of Black communities located in Shelby County, sponsored by Commissioner Tammy Sawyer, Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr., and Commissioner Van D. Turner Jr.
All right, this item's been moved by Commissioner Turner, seconded by me. Commissioner Turner, you have the floor.
I yield to Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you. So this establishment of the Black Caucus is in order for us to be able to plan events related to the Black community, and also to have discussions, which, as we know, would need to be sunset. When I talked to Marcy, any Black Caucus meetings are open. And it would just allow us to work intentionally to address issues in the Black community. It mirrors the creation of this caucus in the state. And of course, we know we attend the Congressional Black Caucus every year. So it's just a formalization of this. Yeah. Commissioner Whaley can be our Congressman Cohen.
Are you done?
I'm sorry.
All right. Commissioner Billingsley.
Thank you so much. I honestly was going to ask that question, and I wasn't really putting it in a humorous light. But let me tell you, I do appreciate the need for caucuses. I think the Shelby County Commission currently has a Black caucus of good leaders. You have this commission enjoys 7 African-American commissioners. We should only take 7 votes to make anything happen. We also have African-American mayor. So again, if the commissioners want to have a Black caucus, I'll certainly vote for it. But I will say that the concerns of Black communities are not just a responsibility of our African-American commissioners. And I do hope you'll look at my record that predated being elected to this commission. I'm very passionate about helping the underserved, the underrepresented. And I don't see this as a slight against me or anyone else. And honestly, I'll also just say I'm a vice president at a university, and we have a very diverse university, Christian Brothers University. And our African-American students want to see African-Americans in power and leadership roles. They want to hear from individuals like a Black caucus to give them insight on what they need to do. I had a conversation just this week with an African-American student about protecting our waters, protecting the aquifer. So again, I want to say I'll be supporting this, but I also want to be sure that the African-American commissioners or Black commissioners understand that please don't exclude us from efforts that you're doing, because it's not just talk, because my record will show, just like all 13 commissioners, that we are very vested in the people who are underpowered, underrepresented. And but if the Black caucus gives you more power to make a change, then please do it. And if there's things I can do to help the Black caucus, please let me know. And honestly, it was the situation with Congressman Cohen that happened. That's literally first person I thought of was like Commissioner Whaley, but who is very much a partner on underserved. But again, my comments are duly noted. And again, I'll be voting for this. Thank you.
Chairman, if I can just mulligan really quickly, I know we're behind, so I won't respond to everybody, but I think I know what Commissioner Morrison might echo some of those comments. So this is not about leaving anyone who's not a Black commissioner out. Actually, legally, you all are allowed to attend anything, like any meetings we have. But we do attend the Shelby County Black Caucus meetings, and because of sunshine issues, we needed to formalize this. We do attend the Congressional Black Caucus, except for, of course, in COVID. And we do attend NOBCO. So because of us being together in anywhere from 5 to 7, there was a need for a legal structure.
All right. And before I go in the queue, I'd like to be added as sponsor. So it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Ford. Can we do that without objection? Okay, hearing none. Chairman is added as sponsor. Commissioner Lowry.
Just don't skip me, but that's okay.
Call my name though.
I'm sorry. Now I can retract it. Commissioner Ford.
I'll be brief. One of the reasons why I asked to be a sponsor on this, if you go back and look at all 13 commission districts, the one with the most populated as far as African Americans are concerned is District 9. And I'm sorry, somebody keeps trying to, I thought I turned that off. My apologies. When I read the resolution, I think it was very, very fitting that there is inclusivity with the 7 of us that are on here and any changes as we go forward, because many of us might not be here next year. I can only speak for District 9 when I say this, but District 9 has philosophies and politics that's much different from many of my Black colleagues. That's why I don't always agree with my colleagues, but because my district is percentage-wise has more African Americans than anyone else, that voice still needs to be there. And I don't mind saying that to my colleagues when people may not necessarily agree with my stand as far as things philosophically, but at the same time, I do make sure that I have the pulse of the people that I represent whenever anything comes up. And I appreciate those people for the last 14 years giving me that privilege to serve them. I don't always agree with my Black colleagues. I don't always agree with my white colleagues, but they can always ensure, both groups, that I have gone into the community to make sure that their voices are heard. So that's the reason why I wanted to be a sponsor on this particular item. It does not say that there will always be a block of 7 to vote on something. I know that that would be the wishes of some, but at the same time, if I feel that there is something that may not necessarily match up, I would love to have the dialogue so that we can match up and put a strong agenda together. So with that being said, you already see me as a sponsor, but I did want to say that on the record. And I wanted to make sure that those who are also in support, that I would do what I need to do in order to make sure that we have strong agendas as we go forward that will not conflict or hurt anybody else's district as we go forward. So with that being said, I yield to the next person who was recognized, Commissioner Lowry.
Let me do this. So let's
Through
go
the
on.
chair, through the chairman, of course.
Let's do it this way. Here's the order: Lowry, Brooks, then Whaley, and if nobody else gets in the queue, we'll end it on that note. So,
Mr. Chair, I'm in the queue. Commissioner Milton's in the queue as well.
okay.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
I just simply like to be added as a sponsor, please.
It's been moved by Commissioner Lau to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Can we do that without objection? All right, hearing no objection, Commissioner Lowry is added as a sponsor. All right. Does that complete you, sir? All right, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Brooks and seconded by Commissioner Ford. Can we do this without objection? Hearing none, Commissioner Brooks, you've been added as a sponsor. Does that complete? All right, Commissioner Whaley.
Thank you, Chairman. Would like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Whaley, seconded by Commissioner Ford, to be added as a sponsor. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, Commissioner Whaley, you're added as a sponsor. Does that complete you, sir?
It completes me. Thank you.
All right. All right, Commissioner Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, when this issue comes up, I think a lot of time people are confused. I think we as a nation should do a better job of educating people on this. The reality is that as African Americans, we're also an ethnic group, and often we're defined as a racial group. So when you see things of this nature, you look at it often as, well, why can't we have this white caucus? But the truth is that we are defined also as an ethnic group, just no different than the Italian American or Jewish American caucus that have been formed. So I do, to my colleagues, I do express that this is more of an ethnic issue, that many of these challenges that are faced by our people are based on historical factors. And that's the reason why we have such things as the Black Caucus. Mr. Chair, please add me as a sponsor.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Milton, seconded by Commissioner Ford. All right, can we do that without objection? Hearing no objection, Commissioner Milton, you are added as a sponsor. Does that complete you, sir?
Yes, sir, I am wholly completed.
All right. All right, thank you, sir. All right, seeing no more other commissioners in the queue, let's go ahead and prepare the screen for voting on item number 2 under general government.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer. Aye. Whaley,
Aye.
Wright, Milton,
Aye.
Brooks.
Aye.
Ford. Mills. Lowry.
Aye.
Morrison. Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Milton, Brooks, Ford, Lowry, and Chairman Jones. We have 9 aye votes.
All right, that item passes, and that concludes general government. Commissioner Thomas.
Want to call to order committee number 3, hospitals and health. Madam Parliamentarian, please call item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract amendment with EAN Holdings LLC, increasing the contract in the amount of $21,200 for a total contract amount not to exceed $408,700 for the term from July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, for the purpose of providing additional van pool services for the Memphis area rideshare program, and to amend the FY 2021 operating budget to expend additional funds already made available from the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation in the amount of $21,200 to provide for the contract amendment. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2021 grant operating funds in an amount not to exceed $21,200, sponsored by Commissioner Van Turner.
Thank you. This item was moved by Commissioner Whaley, seconded by me. Is anyone here to speak on it? Okay, item number 1 on the hospitals and health. Okay, I think CAO stepped out. Do any of the commissioners have questions about this item?
And I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm really trying to get an understanding because I see a lot of contracts, information throughout this agenda.
Yeah.
That it's almost as if we are already in the contract because of the start date. Yeah. Okay. I think that needs to be explained that way because there's a lot of contracts that I'm seeing like that.
Yeah, well, we got a very robust budget and finance agenda, I see. Let's send this down without recommendation, and we'll have those who need to speak to this item approach us on Monday. I move to send down without a recommendation. It's been moved and seconded to send item number 1 down without a recommendation. Commissioner Bills.
Mr. Chairman, this is transportation is always such a challenge. Is there any way someone from Memphis area rideshare could just give us on Monday, give us like a 5 or 7 minute presentation on the program and who it's available to? Okay, Dr. Halls, I'll defer to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Dr. Hall, we're moving this down to Monday's meeting without a recommendation, so we can save it for Monday. And I think what Commissioner Billingsley is asking for is just for a person here from the rideshare program to speak as well. So if you would like, we just can hold tight right now and just save it for Monday. Oh, here she's coming. Here she. Hey, Dr. Hall. Catch your breath.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Lasagna Harris Hall, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, Interim Director, Shelby County Health Department. Thank you. Environmental Health Services Administrator, Casey Alexander, was experiencing difficulty getting on the line. The resolution before you is merely an additional amount of money in the amount of $21,200 to just continue our rideshare program. This is a program that's been in existence for a number of years. And so this money is just ensuring that we can continue that program.
Okay, thank you. I think Commissioner Billingsley asked if anyone from the rideshare program could come talk on Monday. Is that possible?
Absolutely. We'll make sure that that happens. I missed that question. I was running down the elevator, but we will have a representative here to speak to this body on Monday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hall, and thank you, Commissioner Billingsley, and we'll send this down without a recommendation and put it on the regular agenda for Monday and take it up at that time. Can we send this down without objection? No recommendation without objection. I hear none. All right, item 1 is disposed. Let's go to item number 2, Madam Parliamentarian.
Item 2 is a discussion item. Item 2 is a discussion item for displaced workers from UTHSC. Presenters are former UTHSC employees, Tony Patton, Kenneth Washington, Patrick Loggins, and Jeffrey Lichtenstein with Memphis and West Tennessee AFL-CIO Central Labor Council.
Okay, and I want the, all right, this item is on for discussion. Item number 2, and just to inform the body, we did invite Dr. Kenneth Brown, and he's unable to be with us this morning, and we'll see how things develop. And the invitation to him is outstanding. So if he feels that he has to come to us to address something or clear up something, he's more than able to do so. But we have invited him, and he's unable to be here today. So with this being the case, let's put this on the clock for 10 minutes. We'll give each of these gentlemen 2 minutes apiece. Mr. Patton, Mr. Washington, Mr. Loggins, Mr. Lichtenstein, Jeffrey, with the AFL-CIO, and then we'll conclude after the 10 minutes and adjourn hospitals and health so that we can get on with the rest of the agenda this morning. So if we could queue up in our virtual system, these individuals here, Tony Patton, Kenneth Washington, Patrick Loggins, and Jeffrey Lichtenstein. All right, these are 5 individuals. We'll have them on for 2 minutes apiece. Oh, no, ma'am. 10 minutes overall. No. I'm trying to get home for dinner. Not 10 minutes apiece. It's 10 minutes overall, 2 minutes apiece. Okay, and we'll start with Tony Patton. Are you gentlemen on our virtual system? Let's hold the time until we can make sure they're there.
This is Jeffrey. I'm here. I saw Patrick pop up a second ago as well.
Okay. All right. Looking for Tony Patton, Kenneth Washington, Patrick Loggins, and Jeffrey Lichtenstein? You don't see
Yeah,
that?
Jeffrey-
Okay, Jeffrey, Mr. Lichtenstein, why don't you go ahead and tee it off? We'll give you the first 2 minutes. And you said who else was on with you?
I believe Patrick is on.
All right, and we'll give Patrick 2 minutes. And if the other gentlemen don't join us, we'll swing back to y'all to let y'all just have wrap up comments, and we'll go ahead and conclude it. We'll allot 10 minutes overall. Please
Sure.
raise your hands if you would like to speak.
Thanks
Okay.
very much.
You can kick it off, Mr. Lichtenstein, with the Memphis and West Tennessee AFL-CIO Central Labor Council. We yield the floor to you, Mr. Lichtenstein.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, Chairman Turner, Commissioners. I was pleased to be given a chance to share with y'all again. Mostly just want to make way for the UT workers themselves to be able to talk a little bit about how the layoff surprised them and how it's impacting their lives. But just want to briefly set the stage, since it has been about a month since we talked about this last. On May 12th, there was a surprise mass layoff at UT Health Science Center with no notice. The university had uncharacteristically denied open records requests previous to that layoff after rumors had begun circulating. And the layoff targeted facilities service workers. They completely closed a couple of facilities, departments, took some of them down below half staff, and then shaved some more off some other ones. Same day, they listed several other job openings with very similar job descriptions at much lower pay. They also, in a document that was later shared, the internal justification for the layoffs, Dr. Kenneth Brown stated in that document that their intention was to move to external contractors. So that's private contractors, which, as y'all know, is also known as outsourcing. The university also does not have any fiscal problems. That was also stated in that same document from Dr. Kenneth Brown. They're doing quite well. They did quite well through the pandemic, in part because of the work of these committed gentlemen whose maintenance made the facilities usable for vaccine rollout and some testing as well. So we're here and grateful for your time to ask for support in trying to get the layoffs reversed. Excited to be able to answer some questions, but I'd love to kick it over to Patrick, who is one of those folks who was unceremoniously booted. Are you there, Patrick?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm here.
Could you announce who you are?
I'm Patrick R. Loggins. I'm a former employee of the University Health Science Center. My position was a air and refrigeration supervisor, but actually I'm a boiler operating supervisor for the last 8 years. And I just want to speak on how this has been a emotional drain for me and my family. I've been a dedicated employee for the university for 20 years at least. For the last year and a half, I quote unquote was an essential employee. I'm over the boiler operation for the campus. I was there. I like to say we because I have guys work with me. We was here at the university. We haven't seen any of the demands are still the same. Personally, I think it was a personal thing. Just to stop our us from receiving our retirement. You got to think of the people who have health issues at an elder age that's not going to be able to find jobs. And if they do find a job, they got to find another doctor. So now they got to get someone that's not familiarized with the symptoms or the issues that they've been having or they've been treating for the last 5 or 6 years. Those are the type of impacts that this really going to be for me personally. And I think the layoff was unnecessary. If you look at the $2.5–3 million that they're paying for the infrastructure for the automation system of the Siemens and the Medicis, that's $2–3 million that they're spending, quote unquote. So the university still need us. I think it was just a flat out lie for the layoff is concerned. But how can I go from being an assistant employee to now non-essential? And the boiler operation is still going on as we speak, and they still need people as we speak. I yield the floor. I don't want to hold y'all up, though. I know y'all got a lot going on.
Thank you. And I speak for myself, but I stood with you all and with the Labor Council in aftermath of the terminations, and we still stand with you today, and hopefully something can be worked out. During this time, it's just not good for those to be losing their jobs, and hopefully we will stay on this case, and hopefully we will assist you all in getting some kind of relief. We thank the AFL-CIO and the other labor organizations who have stood with you all, the United Campus Workers and others. This is unfortunate, but we know you all are demanding justice, and we will stand with you and continue to stand with you. Are there any other speakers at this time who would like to speak on this matter? Mr. Patton or Mr.
Yes,
Locke?
I've got Mr. Patton on the phone. He's having trouble logging in, so I think y'all will be able to hear him if he just speaks up. Can you speak, Tony?
Yes, I can.
Can everybody hear him?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay, how y'all doing? How you doing, Chair, Mr. Chair? This is Tony Patton. We used to work for the University Health Science Center, and I was there 20 years, and they let us go March 12th, and it affected me and my family because that was one of my ways of taking care of my home. And so now we are trying to have this layoff reversed, and I'm asking for the support from all the commissioners and for everyone to support us as we travel down this journey of trying to get our jobs back and trying to get our benefits back and everything. And we do have a letter that we are asking that if y'all don't mind, to please come on board and sign the letter so we can try to reverse this layoff. And I don't mean to impose or try to take up too much time, but I've noticed that during this journey that the state, they work with the university for funding them if they have projects or if they got anything that they need to do. But I don't think that the university is slacking on any kind of money, and I don't see the reason why they had to do this layoff. And I was trying to determine why this layoff came about, and nobody had a notice of it.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, Mr. Lichtenstein?
Kenneth was not able to make it this morning. He had gotten clear for 9 a.m., but wasn't able to make it this late in the morning.
Okay.
If there are any questions, I'm sure Patrick, Tony, or I could answer a question in the remaining 2 minutes if there were any.
Okay. Commissioners, are there any questions? Virtually, commissioners, are there any questions? Okay. Just as we wrap up these last 2 minutes, what are the next steps going from here?
So as Tony had stated, several commissioners have already signed an open letter to Chancellor Schwab asking that he reverse the layoffs for several of the reasons noted earlier. We would like to implore those of you who have yet to sign on to please, join with the campus workers and join on that letter. The university, has had a strong relationship with the county commission in the past, and the county commission has made a point to treat workers at the county with fairness and dignity and use layoffs as a last resort. And we'd like you to communicate to Chancellor Schwab that that's what y'all expect in a partner for the county as well. Given that y'all have had a good relationship and y'all need to continue to rely on one another, you'd like to see him uphold the same values that y'all have done such a great job upholding yourselves. So signing that letter would be one very powerful next step. And another would be down the road being willing to meet with some of these workers to have a deeper conversation about what possible avenues towards restitution and rehire would be possible.
Yes, sir. That sounds good. Just let us know. And we appreciate you all joining us and working through the technical challenges. Thank you all again. So we'll conclude the discussion on this item. Is there any further business to bring before committee number 3, hospitals and health? I hear none, so we will adjourn hospitals and health at this time. Thank you.
I'd like to call the Land Use Planning Transportation Code Committee to order. Chair, read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving a lead hazard reduction grant award contract between Shelby County Government and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in the amount of $4,143,959 for the period of January 4th, 2021 through July 3rd, 2024, approving a memorandum of understanding between Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis in the amount of $600,000 for the period of March 13th, 2021 through June 30th, 2023, amending the FY 2021 operating budget to appropriate federal grant funds in the amount of $1,108,487 in the Division of Planning and Development, and amending the FY 2021 position control budget to add 4 FTEs. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2021 federal grant funds in the amount of $1,108,487, sponsored by Commissioner Willie Brooks.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself, Willie Brooks, and seconded by Commissioner Ford. You may proceed.
Thank you. John Zena, Director of the Division of Planning and Development. In October, wait to the next. John Zena, Director of the Division of Planning and Development. In October, our division's Department of Housing was awarded a grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development as a part of their lead hazard reduction program. This allows us to be able to address homes within Shelby County where there are lead-based paint hazards and have them removed. This is a program that we have run for the better part of the last 20 to 30 years. This grant, this resolution does 3 things. The first is to accept the grant from Housing and Urban Development for approximately $4.1 million. The second thing is to approve an MOU with the City of Memphis for $600,000. The City of Memphis is providing the match funding for this grant, given that the majority of the homes that are eligible, homes constructed prior to 1978, are in the City of Memphis. And the third thing this resolution does is to add 4 FTEs for program administration for this grant. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. Just one question. How will these funds be distributed by district?
They are not distributed by district. It would be applications that are made by the homeowner who is making request for remediation of their home. As you noted, or as I noted a moment ago, the eligible units are housing units that were constructed prior to 1978.
Right.
And also where there are children under the age of 6 who either live or spend the majority of their time. So it does limit geographically based on those factors where we're able to spend the funding. But beyond that, there's no additional consideration for district-based allocation. It would be the responsibility of the homeowner to make application through our program.
Since it's an application process, upon this passing and you getting the grant, how would this be advertised so that people in the community who have this need can apply?
We advertise through our website. We also have an outreach coordinator that will be one of the FTEs that's added. It will be their responsibility to work with affected communities. Again, you know, those particularly where we notice that there is a high incidence of these housing units that would be affected, to get the word to the community. In the past year or so, we have been working with the Green and Healthy Homes Coalition, and we also have an environmental justice grant through the EPA that allows us to work with a number of community organizations to advance information about programs that we make available to address healthy homes improvements. So this would be one such improvement, and we would utilize those existing channels that we have through those programs to get the word out in the communities that are most affected.
I know District 9 has the need, so whenever all of this becomes official, can you make sure that you let commissioners know so that we can pinpoint exactly where our constituents can go if they have this need, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no other commissioner is in the queue, we can prepare screen for voting. Madam Clerk. Call the roll.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner, Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright, Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones. We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Whaley, Milton, Brooks, Ford, Mills, Lowry, and Morrison. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Parliamentary, read item number 2.
Item 2 is an ordinance first reading. Joint ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code as adopted by the City of Memphis on August 10th, 2010, and by Shelby County on August 9th, 2010, to revise and enhance the joint zoning and subdivision regulations by adding provisions that address oil pipelines, being case number CTA 21-1, sponsored by Commissioner Willie F. Brooks, Jr.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Whaley, second by Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Ford.
Chairman, thank you. There was some talk about this on the other side of the street yesterday, and there's been questions about some things legally and this, that, and the other. The city council has actually held this item for 2 weeks to get questions answered concerning some of the language in the joint ordinance. And in order to stay on with them, as far as timeline, I would be asking for us to do the same. If the administration still wanted to talk about it, that's fine, but at the same time, so that we can see what questions they need answered as well, legal and otherwise, I would be asking for us to hold this item for 2 weeks as well, so that we can see what the city council does with the joint ordinance.
Okay, so are you requesting a referral for 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay. All right. Before we move with that, second by Commissioner Billingsley. Okay. Parliamentary inquiry. Being that a motion on the floor, do we move with the motion or do we yield to administration since they requested to speak?
We will defer to your discretion as the chair, but it hasn't yet called without objection, so it's still, the item's still open for you to make the action you choose.
Okay. Mayor Harris.
I'm actually, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually here for another item. I will say that I don't think this particular item has been delayed on the council side. And in addition to that, Ms. Hensley is happy to respond to this item. Obviously, we are against pipelines and would prefer to see these items that protect historic communities, like the community question, advance. But if it pleases you, Mr. Chair, I would defer to Ms. Hensley because she has been keeping most up to date on where things lie.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. So I just want to confirm what the mayor discussed about the city council yesterday. So I believe that there are two ordinances before the city council regarding pipelines. One that has been initiated by the council about the aquifer. And so this ordinance that you have all before you today has been initiated by the administration and is a separate ordinance that did pass the city council yesterday. I would love to share more if you would like, but we yield to the body's discretion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we have a motion on the floor to defer back for 2 weeks. Being that we can move forward with the vote without any objection. Okay, without objection. So we'll move this item to 2 weeks, come back before the committee. All right. This concludes the Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Code Committee. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let's call to order committee number 17, CEP grants. Auditory, please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution amending resolution number 17 entitled Resolution Setting the Policies and Guidelines for the Appropriation and Disbursement of County Funds in Fiscal Year FY 2021 to governmental entities and nonprofit civic and charitable organizations, adopted on July 27th, 2020 to extend the CEP grant application deadline, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley, Commissioner David Bradford, Commissioner McWright, and Commissioner Michael Whaley.
Thank you. This has been moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Whaley. Are there any other sponsors that would like to speak to this? Commissioner Bills.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. A number of commissioners have dollars left. I'm one of them. We need to really expedite those final requests. This would allow the staff to open up the portal to get final grant applicants through and approved in a very short window. So I would just ask for the body's support on this item. And again, I'll preach to the choir myself that we do need to wrap up our grants. So this will be one last opportunity for us to spend those dollars and help the organizations that need help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing no one else in the queue, is anyone virtually in the queue? All right, let's take this to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner, Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright, Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Whaley, Milton, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 7 aye votes.
Next item, sit down with a favorable recommendation. That concludes committee number
Mr.
6.
Chairman, can I make a quick note?
Sure.
The item that was just passed only has a window till April 30th. So any commissioners that need someone to apply, they only have till April 30th. So again, that's only about a week. If this passes on Monday, we have till April 30th. So again, it's a really small window, but it does allow commissioners to get their organizations to do their final requests. I just want to alert everybody to that date.
We voted on this? Okay. All right. Commissioner Ford. I know that we have another committee coming up for audit. Would like to see, well, they should recess that because,
So we get the budget presentations.
yeah,
I was gonna do that anyway.
okay.
I was.
All right, there you go.
I was gonna give instruction, if that's okay.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. All right, so let's do this so that we can be in order. We do have 2 items in audit. So what I want to do is, I'm going to call it to order, but I'm going to ask for a recess on that, and then I'm going to give instruction for the next committee. So committee number 13 for audit has 2 items. Call it to order officially, but what we're going to do now is we're going to recess out of committee number 13 for the purposes of going to committee number 1, which is budget and finance. So for staff, this is the order that we're going to do. And while we're getting these 2 presentations, let's go ahead and prepare accordingly. The item that I know Commissioner Sawyer wanted in this committee is going to be item 10. So if you need time to type in item 10 as the item that came out of law enforcement, we'll have time to put that in. And I'm probably going to ask that item to be brought up after item 4. So what we're going to do is we're going to have items 1, 2, 3, 4. Item 10 will be the item that came through law enforcement that got moved, that Commissioner Sawyer wanted to get moved. It would be item 10 now, right? Or a 9A. There was a motion. Yeah. There was a motion to move item 3 that was in law enforcement to budget. So would that be item 10?
10.
All right, so the order again will be 1 through 4, then we'll have 10 out of the request from Commissioner Sawyer, and then we'll go through 5 through 9, and then we'll go back and reconvene audit. Everybody understand the instructions? All right, very well. With that being said, the 11 o'clock a.m. committee number 1, budget and finance, is now in session. We will go in the order in which I just discussed. So item 1 in budget, let's go ahead and read that into the record and have our presentation.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a discussion item, FY 2022 budget presentation. The presenters are Mayor Lee Harris, the Chief Financial Officer, Matilda Crosby, and the Budget Director, Michael L. Thompson.
All right, in whatever order we like to go, let's go ahead and start off our discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Let me, Lee Harris, of course, Mayor of Shelby County. Let me begin by thanking the budget team, Michael Thompson, our budget director, Joshua Spaz, Brittany Jenkins, Tammy Winston, Gordon Bowen, Danica Farmer, and of course, our Director of Finance and Chief Financial Officer, Matilda Crosby. They have put together and consolidated a budget for our many countywide elected officials, our courts, our contribution to the school system, and so much more. Suffice it to say, they have some of the toughest jobs in county government, and I am grateful for their service. I'm pleased to present to you today the $1.4 billion consolidated budget. The $1.4 billion budget I propose to you today is balanced. It contains no property tax increase. It contains no cuts, and it gives a 1.5% raise to all our employees. In addition to that, it raises the minimum hourly wage in Shelby County government to $15.29 per hour. Furthermore, we have found a way to make strategic investments in education, public health, and public safety, and to make a substantial contribution to our rainy day fund. For the last year, we have all lived through one of the most difficult periods in Shelby County history. At the beginning of March, a year ago, there were virtually no confirmed cases of coronavirus in the entire United States. Almost overnight, this infectious and deadly pathogen spread across the country and invaded our community. The deadly virus required a massive buildup of the Shelby County Health Department, and it required all of us to adopt a new language and new habits, things like social distance, slow the spread, contact tracing, isolation, and quarantine. Even in this midst of this unprecedented event, we've continued to serve our community. Shelby County government has operated continuously for 202 years. And here we are with the budget before us, one of the most important things this commission will do. And I believe it is a roadmap that will take us to our 203rd anniversary, to take us beyond. Let me say a word first about the county's fiscal health. The $1.4 billion budget I propose to you is, of course, balanced and no property tax increases, and finishes out a plan to replenish our fund balance, or rainy day fund, if you will. That's right. This budget, along with various actions we will propose to you over the next few weeks, are all organized to return our fund balance to a healthy level. To get our fiscal house in order, we will bring forward several actions that will allow us to make a substantial $19 million contribution to our rainy day fund. Furthermore, this budget proposal makes sure we keep our eye on debt, as debt levels are critical if we are going to maintain our credit rating position that we have had over the last several years. To keep within the target spending amount I discussed with you in 2018, we continue to propose a CIP that does not exceed $75 million. Meanwhile, our outstanding long-term debt under this proposal continues to be under $1 billion. In fact, we propose no long-term borrowing for FY 2022. In addition, this budget is appropriately balanced. Last year, we started off out of balance by nearly $10 million, approving a budget that took $9.6 million from our rainy day fund. It only got worse from there in terms of spending. Mr. Chairman and members, I would contend it's a terrible idea to spend more than we take in revenue. And it's a terrible idea to ravage our rainy day fund. No household in America should do that. This budget gives us a chance to put a stop to that and to spend no more than the revenue we take in. Furthermore, this budget meets our obligations to our retirees by fully funding our pension responsibility. This budget, like each of the budgets I have presented to this commission, makes sure to set aside $53.6 million to cover our annual required contribution to our pension fund. This is important because it signifies our commitment to our retirees. They have had our back for all those years of service to Shelby County government, and we have to have their backs. Mr. Chairman and Commission, this past year has brought pain to the community. More than 92,000 residents contracted COVID-19. Our unemployment rate peaked at 14.8% in July 2020, before retreating to about 6.8% last month. As a result of the pandemic, many households and small businesses were forced to make sacrifice after sacrifice. Restaurant owners and workers have had substantial loss. Churches voluntarily closed their doors. Individuals struggled to pay rent and mortgages. But thanks to the CARES funding and a lot of work by all of you and all of us, we were able to blunt some of the negative economic effects of the pandemic. We were able to provide restaurants with $10,000 relief grants. We set up scores of churches with live stream equipment. We work with the city and partners to provide rent and mortgage assistance. We provided millions and millions of dollars in grants to nonprofits that supported individuals impacted by the pandemic. But there is still pain in our community. Therefore, I do not believe it is the time to raise taxes. This is not the time to raise taxes because too many in our community are still on the road to recovery given the pandemic's effects. What's more, our property tax rate is already one of the highest in the state. That's why this budget contains no property tax increase. Our budget proposes that we keep the property tax rate as low as possible, and it estimates that every penny of property tax produces 1.9 million in net revenue. The budget proposes that we make strategic investments in education, in public health, and in public safety. It also achieves our plan to restore our rainy day fund to good health. When it comes to public health, this budget ensures that we can continue the COVID response throughout the rest of the year. That's important. Although some of the worst aspects of COVID may have receded, we expect that we will have to continue this course for a while longer. Douglas MacArthur has said, "In war, there is no substitute for victory." We plan to continue the COVID response until this virus is defeated. Until then, we will need to maintain the full complement of personnel and assets that form the backbone of the COVID response unit, which, as you know, is led by David Sweat. This budget proposal does just that. Additionally, Mr. Chairman and members, the budget continues to build on our historic and unprecedented work began when we came into office of devoting more than $8 million to early childhood education. This year, like last year, we've allocated $8.5 million to pre-K and early pre-K. Over the last 3 years of our time in office, we've allocated more than $25 million for pre-K education. Because of this historic investment, every child, regardless of income, has access to pre-K. I don't need to tell anyone here why that is so important. The academic research and educational professionals tell us, as well as common sense, that a sound education in the earliest years of life is the foundation that each child needs to build a life of success. And if our children succeed, so does our community. Furthermore, we're going to make sure that our schools are not shortchanged. Our budget includes the full $427 million for schools, in addition to $30 million in school construction funding for this year. On top of our investment in construction dollars, we've also met recently with the school systems leadership regarding school construction planning, and we stand ready to assist them along with other partners to give more children a first-rate learning environment. As you know, I am personally committed to investing virtually whatever it takes to expand opportunities for children and to better the trajectories of their lives. Public safety has always been one of the highest priorities in this community. When it comes to public safety, our current plan invests new resources of approximately $32 million over the next 6 years in the Shelby County Fire Department. Our planned investment means that the fire department has hired 41 new firefighters and purchased a variety of safety equipment and new technologies. 2 new fire stations are planned for construction, one near South Cordova and another in southeast Shelby County. The construction and equipment costs of $10 million are included in this budget proposal. This massive investment in public safety means that the fire department will be in a position to reduce the emergency response time for underserved areas in Shelby County. Shelby County Fire answers more than 16,000 calls each year. The investment will benefit more than 26,000 homes and over 70,000 residents. As requested by this commission, this budget proposal includes less reliance on salary restrictions than the last budget that was approved. It expands investment in mental health services for our inmates who would otherwise be vulnerable. It proposes that we give every county employee a 1.5% raise, and it increases the minimum wage to $15.29 per hour. Finally, we propose to increase the number of employees that are devoted to litter control as we prioritize beautification throughout the county. Let me conclude by saying that if we make strategic investments while watching the meter to make sure that we do not spend more than we take in, we can put our county, and more importantly, Shelby County families, on the road to recovery. This is Shelby County's roadmap. As we enter this budget process, everyone on my team wants to do so with the spirit of collaboration. We will work hard to have this process completed before the fiscal year ends on June the 30th, a time frame we should all be proud that we were able to achieve last year and the year before that. To do all of this, we want to work with this commission, you, Mr. Chairman, and other stakeholders toward a finished product that reflects collaboration and another year of success. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. With respect to the decisions before you now, I know that each one of you will be guided by your conscience. Thank you.
We'll start in the queue. Commissioner Billingsley, you are recognized.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for being here today. It's very good to see you. I think you made a tremendous amount of comments in a very short period of time. All of these things are critically important. I think you hit on many of the things that this commission is interested in, especially with pre-K, our ability to pay back our rainy day fund. You hit on some very strong points. Your comments were really well done, but there was so much information. Would you mind sharing your comments with the body so we can digest that? Because again, you compacted a lot of info in a very, very short period of time. So again, Mr. Mayor, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here today, and appreciate your presentation, but would really like to just study it more. And like you, I look forward to collaboration and working with you on this upcoming budget. Thank you.
You're asking for a copy of the narrative so that every commissioner
So all
can
the
have it?
commissioners can get it, because
Okay.
that's a lot of information the mayor shared.
All right. Can you honor that?
Yeah, we will circulate a copy of all those remarks. We sometimes post them online. We won't do that. We won't bore the public with posting them online, but we'll share a copy with all of you. We also are getting in the habit of a community message, so there'll be a condensed version of this that goes out by email for you and for the public that goes out by email tomorrow morning. But we will send a copy of everything I said to each of you.
All right, Budget Chair Emeritus Jones.
Thank you. Here's my question. When we get our budget books?
So I think if I might, we're in a position now to deliver the budget book. So I'm not necessarily intimately involved in the printing of it and so forth, but the budget books come after the budget presentation. So the budget books should be delivered here soon.
Budget Director.
Good morning, Commission. Michael Thompson, Budget Director. Good morning, Mayor, as well. The budget books will be delivered in accordance with the resolution that was passed this past November. They are currently in print and will be delivered in accordance with the resolution that was passed.
Okay. You keep saying in accordance. That means you probably read it. So in accordance to what you read, when we getting the books?
Good morning, Commissioner Jones. Michael Thompson, Budget Director. Prior to May 5th, they're actually currently in print. Prior to May 5th. Yes, sir.
And if I may.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So we're just paying attention to the schedule that the commission voted on. So it calls for me to make the presentation in committee today. There's a reference to the budget books, et cetera. So we're going to make sure that we keep up our end of that schedule.
All right. Electronically, how about that? Where did the Budget Director go? Until they're printed off, when could we possibly see it online? I like starting early.
So we're going to follow what the commission has voted on
Sure.
and the instructions we've got from this commission. And so this commission advised that we not do an electronic version of that budget last year, even though we would prefer electronic only. And the commission recommended that we do a printed version, even though that is not my preference. And so we are going to print in order to meet what the commission has asked for. As for today's request to now also supply an electronic version, we had not heard that until just now. So give us a chance to see if we can, in addition, go back and do an electronic version that may be available, sooner. So let us go back and check on that.
I'm asking for the 950,000 folks who may not necessarily have the privilege to know us to see a physical book, but they may want to see it online. So I appreciate you saying you're staying within the scope, and I'm glad that you said that, but I'm just asking for everybody else who may have have some time on their hands to look at the 600 pages of our $1.4 billion policy document known as the budget. So Let me go to the queue again, Commissioner Morrison. And anybody else that would like to speak, go ahead and get in.
Thank you, Budget Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to commend the hard work of your team, Mr. Thompson, the whole team, all those that you named, and I'm excited to get the actual budget and the prospect of no increase. It sounds impressive. Your remarks were very well made. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might, we will set up an electronic one for the public to view. So that's not a problem. I just can't commit to the time frame because we were so committed to getting these things printed off. But we will set up a website and so forth for the public to see it as we go through this process.
Commissioner Morrison, anything else?
Not at this time. Thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody online that would like to speak?
Commissioner Ford, I would like to say.
Right ahead, please. Commissioner Milton.
Okay, thank you. And this will be very short. First of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here today. Much of what you said, I can be very supportive of. I especially like the issue about dealing with the pension. This is more of a clarity issue, and I think that's important we do this. The item here, agenda item says the discussion of the fiscal year 2022 budget presentation. That is incorrect. It is the 2022 proposed budget presentation. And as a legislative body, it's important, commissioners, that we keep our role and our important position here is that the mayor does not present a budget. He presents a proposal. And we, as an elected body, will look at this proposal and we will add and subtract as we see necessary as well. And I bring this up, again, not in any way attack of the mayor and the administration, but only in the fact of protecting this body, which is critical, one of the branches. I remember the news, and I think Commissioner Ford, you agree with me on this. Sometimes the news.
And you know, the news, I haven't heard you yet. You know, the news is not always accurate, but proceed.
Right, exactly. And I remember when a budget was, proposed budget was presented last year, one of the news stations said the mayor's presented the budget and the county commission is just tacking on all these items. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not tack anything on. We are part of this process. No budget is approved without this body inclusion. That is why we were elected, to ensure that each of our districts are represented in the budget and their concerns are heard. With that said, Mr. Mayor, I am extremely impressed with what you've said. I am almost in agreement. I look forward to looking at the budget itself. And again, I thank you for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there anybody else online that would like to speak? Is there anybody else in the queue that would like to speak a second time or one before we exhaust the time on this item? Seeing none, very quickly, can't wait to see the actual budget on the 5th. That's when we meet again, I believe, 2 Wednesdays from now. Is that correct? Okay, good, good. In preparation for May the 5th, there will be a couple of items that I will be bringing as discussion items. And I'll go ahead and ask for those items to be put on for the 5th in preparation for us receiving our budget books. The first item is a discussion on the investment fund. I know that Chairman Jones and I serve on that committee. And I know that Ms. Folsom is also available when one of us cannot be there, and I believe Commissioner Morrison is on there as well. Looking at some things concerning that might affect our budget, proposed budget and otherwise, I'm asking for us to have a discussion item concerning the investment fund, because my concern is that the money keeps growing, but I'm asking where is it coming from? So if the CFO can prepare accordingly on that, that's number one. And then number two, the chairman wanted me to present this as a discussion item as far as getting CTAS and somebody from the comptroller and possibly somebody from NACO so that we can discuss this. For those that don't know what this deals with the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And this budget chair has been looking at what has gotten passed by Congress so that we won't get misinformation, disinformation, or no information. I've also looked at a couple of the other items as well. I'd be glad to share that if you want to read it. If you don't want it, that's fine. But at the same time, I just want to make sure that people know that your budget chair has been doing a lot of reading concerning the monies that have come down. I don't think any commissioner or any elected wants any misunderstandings concerning that. So we can have that as a discussion item as well. In conclusion, I would like to say that it is going to take a collective effort. I will quote in a way the CAO saying that last year blame could be shared. I don't think it should be one elected or one group of electeds, but I think it should be shared. I can easily show numbers where there were electeds from the top down to the bottom that asked for things that were not necessarily in the budget, and we did use fund balance. Hopefully, when we see this proposed budget, we can agree on most. We may not agree on everything. But at the end of the day, I would love to make sure that this budget is passed before, I don't even want to even talk about June 30th. Let's take the 0 off to 30. Let's try June 3rd. How about that? But it's going to take everybody up here. It's going to take everybody down there. It's going to take everybody else that's in these other elected positions. And I'm going to talk about that with a couple of items that come up. But what I would like to do is go ahead and exhaust this item. I just wanted to make sure that that was said for the record. So we'll have those 2 discussion items on the 5th. That's the same day we get our budget books. And then we can start looking at what is in and what is not in the budget. I know you're not back in the queue, Budget Chair Emeritus, but is there anything that I overlooked? Because, you know, I don't mind getting some of your guidance.
I'm good.
You're good?
Yep.
All right, we'll have those 2 items as discussion items. And on Monday, I am going to give this body the, and it might be an add-on, Chairman, as far as making sure that the calendar of the budget hearings for Monday, if that's okay, because we got a couple of other things that we need to tweak. And I just want to make sure that the electeds have enough time to look at the budget as well, so that when they present accordingly, we can juxtapose last year's budget with this year's budget. So that also gives them enough time to work with the administration so that when they come in front of us, they'll be prepared accordingly. And I'll have guidelines for them so that they'll know exactly what to do so that they can come to us accordingly.
Okay.
All right.
But I do have one other question.
Sure.
When you present the books to us, will it also include any increases, or will we get a single sheet of increases that any of the other electeds have asked for and may not be in the budget? So that gives us a guidance as to where we need to go, because if electeds ask for an increase, I think by the charter, that's supposed to come with the proposed budget. And then it's sort of left up to this body to say yay or nay. So my question is, will that be included from the electeds?
I believe it is, right? It's in the budget book.
Yes, go on. Michael Thompson, Director of Budget. That will be an appendix to the budget books when they are delivered. Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Commissioner Ford.
All right. There was one elected that wanted to speak. Clerk Halbert is on the line. Is she ready to speak?
And Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
pardon me, but I do have to excuse myself from this because of a personal emergency. So, but I appreciate this commission and I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if it's what I think it is, they're in my prayers. Thank you. Is Clerk Halbert on?
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Halbert. Clerk Halbert, your name and title, and you got the floor.
Thank you, Budget Chair, for Wanda Halbert, Shelby County Clerk, 150 Washington Avenue. Actually, I raised my hand because of exactly what the Chairman Jones just mentioned about the independent electives. I did want to notify the commission that while I know that there are a number of commissioners who are glad to not see any increase in the budget, the county clerk's office is going to be making a requested increase in the FY21 budget, as well as an increase in the FY22 budget. The primary driving force has been the fact that we have discovered that outside of the $6.4 million the county clerk's office was told it had as a budget, there appears to be at least $14 million worth of revenues that should be allocated. And since we have discovered that, we will be making an increase. Also, at some point, hopefully soon in the future, very soon, in the near future, we're going to be discussing the audit that was held. One of the most striking issues is the fact that money is moving in ways that we cannot legally collect it, identify it. We can't legally segregate it. So part of the request for the increase in the funds will be exactly one of the issues the county commission has discussed with the trustee's office. That is a finance system so that we can properly collect and segregate the funds and report them accurately and compare them to both the state's finance and IT team, BIS, Business Information Systems, as well as regions and the trustees' collections. So I'm not sure. I was under the impression the administration was going to acknowledge today that we were going to be making a increase request, and we have emails to that fact. And seeing that they did not mention it, I wanted to make sure that I made it a matter of record, Mr. Chair.
So noted. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else before I close out item 1? Budget Director, we will be talking this week because there are a few questions that I do have, but we don't have to exhaust them online. It deals with some of these discussion items for the 5th. They deal with the investment fund again, to reiterate, and then that $91 million. There were things that were done last year that we're not trying to repeat this year. We want to make sure that we follow the rules, especially this. And I have been getting guidance from those that are CPAs and CFOs and whatnot on how they're dealing with it. But I've also contacted Nashville to make sure that whatever powers legislatively we have are protected and preserved, so that before you got here, some other things transpired that did not go along necessarily with the guidance. So you and I we've already had a couple of conversations, but I just want to make sure that none of our legislative powers have been usurped with anything that's in the proposed budget. That's one thing I forgot to mention on record, the 91 million. We just want to make sure that all that's in place, and to ensure that that's why it's going to be a discussion item, and we'll have the experts as well. If I missed anything, Chairman Emeritus, budget, I had to make sure that was put on the record.
Right.
And then
I
we'll close this out.
hadn't missed anything that you said. So
All right.
anything that you haven't said, I might have missed it.
All right. So be it. We're good. All right. And I think that's it for item 1. Thank you very much. Ms. Folsom, are we ready for 2? Or are we still in a holding pattern? All right, we're going to do this because we got other work that we have to do. Let's do this. Let's go to item 3. Well, let's do this. Let's do this. Budget Director, are we ready for 3 and 4? We're ready for 2? Oh, okay. You must have heard me. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, we're going to go back to the order of the day. We're going to have item 2.
Item 2 is a discussion item, Shelby County Board of Education preliminary FY 2022 budget presentation. Presenters, Superintendent Joris Ray, Teutonia Williams, who is the SCS Chief Financial Officer.
If the CAO can make himself busy and let them know where the good microphones are so that we can hear everybody accordingly. If he can make himself useful, that'd be great. Good job, sir. Thank you. The best microphone is probably the CAO's and the booth that's right next to him. Those are probably the two best ones. The CAO uses it a lot and his voice carries, so it's very effective. And then this one hasn't been really used that much, so it should be new. All right. The established protocol says that you go with the superintendent and the superintendent will yield to whoever. So the floor is yours, sir. Go ahead and push that button for me.
Thank you.
There you go.
Good morning, commissioners, and to Mayor Harris and all of the distinguished elected officials. I want to yield to the chairwoman of Memphis Shelby County Schools, Ms. Miska Bibbs.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm standing here on behalf of my colleagues representing the Shelby County School Board of Education. It's good to be seen in these unprecedented times of the coronavirus. So glad to be here in person to be able to talk about what Memphis Shelby County Schools will look like as we move forward. As a board, we have challenged the administration on providing us with their best thinking around what it means to have academic success for all of our students. And that's what you'll see from us today. Just want to go a little bit of just our budget process and how we got to where we are today and what will be presented. I would be remiss if I don't acknowledge Ms. Shantae Aban and Ms. Stephanie Love, who are our audit budget co-chairs, and they were a part of this process from the very beginning. The board adopted district priorities so all involved in budgeting know what is most important to us. First is Initiative 1, strengthen early K-2 and continuing literacy for 312. Initiative 2, recruit and retain the best district leaders and teachers in the nation, immerse them in professional development to embrace and teach foundational literacy skill concepts, entrench them in the community and classroom. Initiative 3, create relevant and equitable academic choices and learning environments to ensure scholars are prepared for the global workforce. Analyze where resources are currently being spent in reviewing program investments. Oftentimes you'll hear us in board meetings. For those of you who tend to attend or listen to us, we often talk about ROI. What's the return on investment? And that's something that we are actively looking at regarding all our investments. Assessments of opportunities to cut wasteful spending, duplication of resources, resulting in $23 million in central office reductions for FY 2022 budget. I think that answers a lot because some of y'all are always asking us questions around, hey, where can we cut the fat? And that's really what we looked at during this process as well. Leveraging all funding sources, including COVID relief funds to support pandemic recovery. And that, again, goes back to our best thinking, where we pushed as a board administration to answer the call in exactly what you're going to see today. So thank you for the audience, and we look forward to your responses. Dr. Wright.
Thank you, Ms. Bibbs. Again, commissioners, I bring you greetings from the Memphis Shelby County Schools. Thank you for this opportunity to allow our great school board and my awesome administrative team to present a comprehensive budget proposal and plan as we are reimagining education, schools, and communities in 901. As we shared with many of you during our one-on-one conversations and discussions last week, this team is using a data-driven approach to improve education and align resources across the district. Thank you to each of you who attended or tuned in to our State of the District. As I said on Friday, this is our one moment in time to reimagine a new future and get it right for the children of Memphis Shelby County Schools. Our Reimagining 901 plan is about truly transforming the educational experience for students in every school community in this district. Literacy is life. So I want to open with literacy is life and the impact that literacy has on our students right here in Memphis, Shelby County. And I've said before that 1 in 4 of the children in our nation can't read by the time they're 3rd grade. But right here in Memphis, Shelby County, that number is 3 and 4. That's 75% of our children not reading on grade level by the time they're in 3rd grade. So we have to do something about it. So let's go to the next slide. So high impact initiatives. Of course, these are things that the team and I feel are best practices, and this is going to get us to our North Star. Reduce K-2 adult student class ratio from 1 to 25 to 1 to 13 by August 2021. We created a new medical district high school, and we partnered with Southwest Community College, and we'll be partnering with local hospitals. And this is very exciting. We're going to provide and enhance professional development and accountability measures for teachers, principals, and district leaders starting this summer. We're going to offer after-school tutoring for all of our children. That's going to start in August. We're going to increase advanced placement and honors classes by August 2021. When we say in Shelby County, we say all means all. We're going to launch the Agri-STEM High School by August 22nd. Implement foreign language immersion beginning August 2022. So let me say this. We expect all of our students by the time they leave us to be bilingual. And we're going to start that with our pre-K students. It's so important. And we're going to provide additional pre-K seats to all students, not the economically disadvantaged, but we want all students to get pre-K. Next slide. So we have to reimagine education district-wide. So we're going to implement innovative and transformational programs. Of course, you know, we provided a device to every student and teacher. We're going to expand new choice programs in every middle and our high schools. We're going to create signature partnerships. We're going to develop new teachers academy. We're going to grow our own right here in Memphis, Shelby County. Next slide. So our teachers are our angels. And as I shared with you before, they should be compensated as such. Our teachers on the front lines. And I was taken aback when I found out that our teachers right here in Memphis, Shelby County, they were getting paid middle of the road where other teachers were within this state. And in good faith as superintendent, we have to do something about that. We want the starting salary for our teachers to be $45,855. And right now they're at $43,000. We want our teachers to be able to plan for the future So that's why we want to develop steps and lanes for them to know where they're going to be each year. But we're going to need help sustaining this. We're going to need help to make this investment. Of course, you know, ESSER dollars are one-time dollars, but we need this investment for our teachers to sustain this compensation model. So oftentimes, next slide, we're asked, how are you going to measure this? This is our measurement. By 2030, we want all students graduate on time at 90%. Currently, we're at 77%. Students earn Tennessee's Ready Graduate designation. Right now, we're at 20%. We want to be at 80. Students reading on grade level before entering middle school. Right now, we're at 24.1%. In 2030, we want to be at 74%. Students' math skills on grade level before entering middle school. Right now, we're at 34.2%. By 2030, we want to be at 84%. These are very aggressive goals. And we want to provide our students a world-class education, and we want to do that now. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Tony Williams to go over our initial budget.
All right, thank you, Superintendent. Commissioners, thank you, Board Chair Bibbs. Commissioners, our board, and we can go to the next slide so we can transition over. All right, next slide. Thank you, Ms. Folsom. So Commissioners, our board and our superintendent have ensured the budget process begins with a clear vision of district priorities and initiatives. So all involved would know really what's our North Star, what's most important. So with one-time federal stimulus funding, we are proposing in this year's budget over the next 4 years, $685 million. And the way the federal grants work, we have to accept the award, even though it's over multiple years in 1 year. And that's what you see here proposed. So Board Chair Bibbs mentioned initiative number 1, strengthening early and continuing literacy at the beginning of the presentation. So we're proposing around $89.8 million of investments tied to literacy. As our superintendent mentioned today, and also in the state of the district, literacy is life. In the latter part of the presentation, I will detail some of those investments. Initiative number 2, we believe in recruiting and retaining the best district leaders and teachers in the nations. And so we're proposing $50.7 million of investments. Initiative number 3, as it begins with our strategies, right? Creating relevant and equitable academic choices for our students to be prepared in a global workforce. We are proposing $71.9 million of investments. Our charter school partners will receive an additional $144 million with new funds from the federal stimulus funds, along with the general funds as well. So there is also $276 million of operational facility supports. Dr. Barker will be presenting, Commissioner Whaley, today, a 10-year plan for our capital needs. And so we also have $52 million of specific initiatives to address learning opportunities. We're seeing them as learning opportunities instead of learning losses. So Ron, if you can transition over to the next slide, we'll continue on with our total budget. This is a historical slide that you guys have seen that details out by funding source our entire all funds budget. So for fiscal year 2022, the district is proposing with the one-time federal funds that are over 4 years. Now, remember I told you we have to adopt them in 1 year, $2.182 billion in expenditures. The general fund is our primary operating fund, which stands at $1.070 billion of expenditures for both SCS and charter schools. The initial capital budget, we will discuss that in detail, and we will transition over in detail with Dr. Barker, but we have a new request of $55 million. We will again go into details of the 10-year capital plan that will serve as our submission to release the fiscal year 2021 capital funds. We have non-federal funds, which supports primarily our pre-K grants and programs, our first aid program and Seeding Success.
Both our nutrition and internal service funds remain consistent to prior years, and our federal fund includes, again, $775 million of a one-time allocation for ESSER 2, ESSER 3, also known as COVID relief funds. If you can transition over to the next slide for revenue projections, there's a couple of things I want to point out. And so, Commissioner Ford, when we talked a couple months ago around timing and being prepared for the budget, this year, unfortunately, is like no other year. I want to point out some risks associated with our revenue projections that I think that we will kind of clean up over the next couple weeks. So I'll start just giving you guys the sources. Our revenue projections include $1.3 million from the city of Memphis, no different from previous years. We appreciate you commissioners for maintaining the maintenance of effort. This also will help us to get these stimulus funds because that is one of the criterias. So we have the maintenance of effort here for will taxes, property taxes, and sales taxes. We're holding those constant. We have the state of Tennessee that provides our BEP for the LEA, for SES, and charter schools. This is what I want to point out as a risk here. We typically receive our estimates from the state for weighted full-time equivalent ADA. That impacts the munis and SES. And we receive our BEP estimates around April. We received the first one April, our weighted full-time in March. June, we received one, and a final in July. This is kind of a different time just in the world, I guess, because the state is behind. We have legislation concerns around the BEP. And so we have not, for the first time, received our estimates in March and April. So that is just one way that I want to let you guys know that over the next couple of weeks, when we come to adopt the budget, we will have proposed estimates from the state, but at this time we do not. So as communicated to CFO Crosby, we're still waiting, and then we can get the allocations across the entire county with all school districts. At this time, you'll see a reduction in the state of Tennessee around $8 million. This is preliminary estimates, like I said, until we know what the legislation will do around our BEP hold harmless. And so we can transition over to the next slide. Just wanted to point out some of our revenue projections there. And so what is actually in the operating budget this year? We have some great investments. So I'll start with our normal operating budget. So typically we look at our school-based allocations, and we're holding and maintaining schools harmless across the entire pool, and they're shifting enrollment from school by school. So that's $14 million above their school-based allocations that we're holding harmless for schools. Number two, we have salary increases proposed at this time for both certified and non-certified personnel, around $16 million. We have charter and contract schools that are projected to increase in our operating fund for enrollment shifts of $13 million. We have a pre-K expansion. We are adding 5 additional classrooms at around $1.5 million. We have investments include universal screening, African American Male Initiative and programming for a new health high school at $3 million. We have our contracts for our custodial transportation that is increasing for $7 million. And we also have reduced our budget, commissioners, in our central office. One of the things that I think is important to realize during this unprecedented time is not the time to definitely look at schools different or make large transitions and reductions. So this budget and our board superintendent has tasked us to look in deep within the central office. So what you'll see is a reduction in central office of around $22 million for non-critical expenditures, duplication of resources, one-time expenditures, and we're leveraging grants where we can to make sure that we hold this budget true until we get estimates from the state of Tennessee. And so if you can transition over to the next slide where we talk about ESSER funding, that is where we have kind of a large shift in some of our projections here. So introduction slide, so you can transition over to the context. Karan, next slide. So I want to spend a little bit of time here because I know, there's just been conversation around, well, how much is the schools getting for overall allocation? So I want to break the allocations down, and so I can make sure that everybody understands. So for ESSER 1.0, commissioners, that was also called the Elementary Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, known as ESSER, right? ESSER 1.0 was enacted also by the CARES Act. It provided economic stimulus to businesses, governments, and most importantly, schools in spring of 2020. And so SES, along with our charters and our private schools, we received at that time $48 million. We're only carrying forward to our next year's budget, basically our charter schools. So what we did with the funds is we had $44 million of devices. The superintendent mentioned the one-to-one device initiative. And so we had a 4-year lease that we're paying off. And so I think you guys gave us permission to enter into the lease. So you'll be happy to know that we are allocating those funds to pay off the $44 million lease. So that is a great news story. On December 2020, we had ESSER 2.2. If you look here in ESSER 2.2, we are allocated $224 million, of which $40 million goes to charter schools. That allocation is currently pending at the state at this time, and so we're waiting to be awarded for those funds there. And so looking at the ESSER number 3, or 3.0, better referred to and funded under the American Rescue Plan, enacted on March 11, 2021, we received an allocation for SES and charters of $503 million. We're planning to have an extensive summer learning program also. So you'll see at the bottom of the slide that we received an allocation for summer, what we're calling summer opportunity camps, and better known as our Summer Learning Academy. This is a requirement to make sure that we remediate learning loss and is aligned to the state legislation that was passed as well. And so want to go into what can these funds be used for. Next slide. So the first requirement under the funds is the maintenance effort must be maintained locally. Then they go into the ESSER uses can be used to address learning opportunities, learning acceleration, and this will be one that you would love to hear, that we can now use some of the funds for facility repairs and improvements because we have a large deferred maintenance, as you'll hear later on from Dr. Barker. We'll kind of go through the details of it. We're planning for long-term closures. We're in person now, and so unique needs of special populations, purchasing education technology, mental health support. So those are some of the uses that these federal funds can be used for. So next slide. I'm going into the details of ESSER 1, just a recap to say, hey, we got $48 million and we paid in full our device. You will see me come with a budget amendment in the next couple of weeks, along with the documentation around the contracts for our device payoff. So ESSER number 2, if you can go to the next slide, I won't spend much time so we can transition into the capital plan. But ESSER number 2, you saw a net $162.6 million after charter schools. So what is SES going to do with the funds? As the superintendent mentioned, some great initiatives. So I want to align them to the initiatives again. So under initiative number 1, early literacy, in detail, we're investing in $46.3 million with the one-time funds. We will be buying instructional materials for ELA and math, RTI intervention. Initiative number 2, recruiting and retaining the best teachers. We will be reducing our student-to-teacher ratio, as the superintendent mentioned, along with having academies for new teachers, professional development. Initiative number 3, $27 million will go to the continued supports for the one-to-one device initiative, along with ACT prep. And we really definitely know that social emotional health for our students and our teachers during this time are most important. And so you see investments for reset rooms, social workers as well. Now, pandemic recovery laws, you'll see extended learning and after school programs, as well as learning interventionists and ESL supports. And pandemic recovery, we now have an investment for needlepoint ionization for clean air for all of our schools, which is great. COVID testing along with infrastructure upgrades. So those are some of the initiatives for ESSER 2.0. And if we can transition into ESSER 3.0, and you'll see a continuation of like the reducing student to teacher ratio. We will now have a purchase of laptops for every teacher and improving classroom technology. Teacher praxis supports. We will have extension of learning after school programs along with deferred maintenance, and really important before we jump into deferred maintenance, I want to focus on learning acceleration. We're expanding our AP courses, our dual enrollment courses. We're focusing on digital pedagogy along with statewide dual credits. And so when talking a little bit about the last bullet there, which is the deferred maintenance, I think you'll be happy to know that we definitely will be investing $240 million in deferred maintenance. So next slide, it allows me to kind of go through what deferred maintenance can be utilized for. And so in that $240 million, definitely we got information from the state that it can't be used for new construction, but what it can be used for is HVAC improvements, replacements, roof improvements and replacements tied to COVID, window improvements, drinking water fountain improvements, classroom additions, along with IT infrastructure upgrades. And so with that, I will transition it over to Dr. Barker to walk through the 10-year capital plan. And this serves for the record, aligned with the resolution adopted on May 18th, Resolution 37, a submission of our plan so that we can release the 2021 capital funds.
Dr. John Richard Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. County Commissioners, thank you all so much. Superintendent, Madam Chair of our board, thank you all so much for the opportunity to come and share. Are we masked off or? Here's okay?
You are masked off, you're right.
Well, may I mask off? I say.
Do as you, yeah. You already did it.
I'll be back on. Cool. All right. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what we want to do is just jog through this a little bit. We have been very public in the last several days in presenting this to the principals. Yesterday, on Monday, we had a presentation, and we thank the board for their support and the commissioners for ideas along the way as well. So just a quick highlight of the goals of Reimagining 901. The idea of increasing student achievement, absolutely with this. And I think just a quick word of interpretation and explanation. When the superintendent took office, he had been handed a what was called the footprint plan. And that footprint plan, which identified several schools and potentially and prospective closures. Superintendent, I think in his wisdom, said, look, what has to be done is that has to be married with an academic plan. So as you see, that very first bullet point is about academic achievement, and that academic achievement is really highlighting where we are with Reimagining 901. The piece about buildings is absolutely impactful, as Commissioner Whaley and Mr. Cody Harper had already shown, and some work that they had done actually in the summer of 2019. And we appreciated that work. But what we know is that the context actually helps the issue of schooling as well. So you see that first bullet point is about student achievement. As superintendent has already pointed out, about foreign language immersion, digital one-to-one access. It's been an incredible year and an amazing year, and one in which our team has stepped up in a mighty, mighty way to do one-to-one access and one-to-one learning. Connecting students with the broader community, as you've heard Superintendent talk about again over the past few days, the idea of 24 hours of service learning, the new buildings we'll talk about, and enhancing community partnerships. And I'll bring a word of opportunity and a word of request, and forward thinking that we are going to need some help with workforce development, as what we're about to say is going to require a lot of opportunity from the community, and jobs are available for people, training, business development. So then strengthening connection between our district-run schools and charter schools, especially part of this. Next slide, to just show that we have been reimagining and beginning to kind of get a little momentum with this, Commissioner Morrison, along the way. If you all had had the opportunity, as many of you have, to go out and see the new ALSI school combination, is what we're calling that, and the combination of Chargene and Magnolia and ALSI schools in Commissioner and Board Member Bibbs's district and Chair Bibbs's district, and just a real tribute to her work and to the work of the ALSI Ball neighborhood, really coming together, and it's just a fantastic thing to see. But that's when you think about what a 21st century school looks like, that's really where you can go and say, well, what is the future of Shelby County, Memphis Shelby County schools look like? It's there at New ALSI. It also is over at Parkway Village, where Knight Road and Goodlet came together as well. And several of you have visited that school. Kind of kicked off back in the beginning with West Haven, though. And that was really where several schools came together. And that's kind of the beginning of this. So building on and developing a continuation in a tradition, and really reimagining what the district and Memphis Shelby County schools can be. So state-of-the-art buildings, yes. Improvements in learning opportunities, renovations to stadiums as well, and then repairs and upgrades. Next slide. So Shelby County Commission, we bring you the following as a two-part request and partnership. Part one is about deferred maintenance. Through your generosity and good thinking and commitment of funds, we have moved down what was a $633 million deferred maintenance bill or deficit or whatever you want to think about with that. So that bill was at $633 million in fiscal 15. Now, $200 million later, around $400 million. And what we are saying that we're going to do through these ESSER dollars is bring $240 million to the table for deferred maintenance and strategic investments to improve the infrastructure of the Memphis Shelby County schools. So that $240 million commitment is going to be, as Tony Williams had described, in these areas like HVACs and with roofs and with water quality and with other issues in IT infrastructure spending, where we are going to be buying down essentially the debt, so that then within 10 years, if you all will commit to $20 million a year of funding toward deferred maintenance over the next 10 years, then what we will do is be essentially at zero from that historic deferred maintenance bill. Secondly, next slide, we're asking for money for new projects. You see these 5 schools that we feel like are in strategic locations around the county to leverage the opportunity of the moment. As Superintendent said, the moment is now to build a school at Fraser, to build a new Treadwell K-8, to build a grade K-8 in Orange Mound, to build a high school in the Southeast and one in Raleigh as well, and combine schools into these in exactly the same way as we described with Alsea and with Parkway Village, taking schools off of that deferred maintenance expectation, but then creating new vision, new opportunities, reimagining these communities. That total bill would be $350 million. What you see there on the page is about 335 plus about 15 for stadium renovations. So the ask this morning, commissioners, is that you all commit to a 10-year level funding for Memphis Shelby County Schools in the capital improvement plan for $55 million a year for each of the next 10 years. Next slide. You'll see, and I won't spend just a ton of time because we've shared this again in public and there's a lot of information already out there about this, that the specific funding would go and break down about $100 million or so for HVACs. And for those of you all who are following along and don't necessarily know the acronym, that's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning units. There's roof repair that's about half of that at $50 million, 15 or so million for IT upgrades. Next slide. So $175 or so million of the spend would be for the deferred maintenance items. And then there'd be $65 million of strategic spend. Again, these have been detailed in the media, so we don't necessarily need to go too terribly in depth with this. But what you see are some really great opportunities to take portable classrooms offline, to distance students, to do some strategic spending in some places using ESSER dollars to really give students an incredible opportunity. I would highlight that at Melrose High School, the plan and the vision of the superintendent, we had this great conversation and it came to him and watched him think through this, that in the moment that we have right now, what we need teachers. And we need teachers to come from our own ranks of students. And we need teachers to come from our own communities. And that grow your own attitude and approach can be leveraged in this moment too, with the need for teachers who have high skills and high abilities in digital one-to-one instruction. So imagine a partnership in a building at Melrose in the heart of Orange Mound, as we're going to be building a new K-8 school there too, to leverage opportunity for the future. Orange Mound has an incredible legacy of producing excellent educators, and we feel very excited about that one. Next slide. With this slide, I think you see too, it's again, in the media, we've said that these are the schools that would combine into the new schools. Tresvant High School as a target for opportunity for the new school out in the Fraser area, Treadwell Elementary and Middle School there, Bethel Grove, Cherokee, and Dunbar folding into in exactly the same way as we described with Alsea, the new Orange Mound K-8, Sheffield High, and Wooddale High in the new Southeast, and then kind of a redo in the Raleigh, Egypt area into new schools there for the middle and high school. Those schools come with very, very high deferred maintenance costs, and we will be able to offset those with your investments. You also have seen that there would be 2 schools that would be identified for closure and those properties for development in Tech High, the old property that's there on Poplar Avenue, and then Shady Grove as well. So we look forward to having opportunities for development and reimagining spaces, reimagining properties. Next slide. No need to really dig into this too terribly far, but what we want to just highlight on this page and on this slide is that we have heard the calls of our board members and from you all as commissioners and the community to revitalize stadiums and playing surfaces across the county. Those have been identified are Halley, and that would be targeted for fall of 2022 to come online for use. Melrose in 24, Whitehaven in 22, and Cordova that's there, maybe on your copy, it may not be on mine, but Cordova in 2024. We appreciate your commitment and continued commitment to a Whitehaven STEM building. You'll recognize that that's actually on our capital ask for this year again. There's fundraising that's happening there. And what we look forward to is after the pandemic subsides, that fundraising will allow us to partner with those fundraisers and use your funds to build that building at Whitehaven. Next slide. When you see the breakdown of the usage of ESSER 3.0 county funding in the total, this is that 10-year run rate. So again, what will help us tremendously in executing this building program is to have level funding so that you guys would know every year we're going to come back to you with that same amount of ask. That we're going to ask for $55 million a year to fund the projects that we've identified. What you see in those early years is that we're bringing ESSER dollars to the table to help with the execution. Next slide. For our 2022 capital ask, this is the detail of the $55 million. There's American with Disabilities and painting efforts that would total $1.9 million. Those projects would be at Cummings and at Jackson. The paving and stacking just means that you get your cars in the right place and don't stack them out up on the roadway. But those projects will be at Avon Lennox, Maxine Smith, Sheffield High School, Willow Oaks, and Germantown Middle School for the traffic mitigation effort. Classrooms, gyms, and STEM additions, and you see the Whitehaven piece that I mentioned earlier, but we would be doing classroom additions at Germantown Elementary School and 4 gyms at Delano, Douglas, Grahamwood, and Richland. That spend would be $27,250,000. Fire alarm systems in 11 schools that I'll just refrain from naming, but just say they're on the slide at $5.15 million. Interior improvement at Central High School, that would be $800,000. The new construction, and these would be the ones that we would anticipate and have mentioned just moments ago, Fraser High School, Orange Mound, and Treadwell, those first 3. This would require us, as you all would allocate that spend, to be able to, would allow us, rather than require us, it would allow us to go ahead and do the design of those buildings immediately in fiscal 2022 for a cost of $11,200,000. And then with stadium upgrades at Halley and Whitehaven for a total of $4.75 million of that particular line item. There are your $55 million in asks for your capital improvement budget, our capital improvement budget. And I say our in saying that this is a project that we share with the County Commission, and we appreciate the continued commitment of the Shelby County Commission to reimagining Memphis Shelby County schools. Our commitment. Next slide, please. Is to remain committed and flexible to the notion that these ideas may change as the situations change. I'm not sure that any of us necessarily had predicted. I think there were people who had predicted, but the idea of a pandemic and what it has done to us, clearly you have to be flexible. As Superintendent Ray has said from the very beginning, Superintendent, the SAFE plan for us with a safe return to school, the F in SAFE is for flexibility. We have to be as flexible on the issues that we know are going to be determined in some other places besides Shelby County, and the ASD and Germantown are two of those issues. We look forward to partnering with you, and here's our challenge, Mr. Chairman and commissioners, is that we are going to need a community effort, the likes of which we haven't seen before, in coming together to identify HVAC technicians and plumbers and electricians, construction workers, to help us spend these dollars. It is an incredible opportunity for Shelby County, Tennessee, to transform and reimagine how we are. It is an opportunity to build Black wealth in this community. It's an opportunity to build MWBE businesses. It's an opportunity to see people's lives transformed, our community transformed. But we're going to need help. We're going to need workforce development. We're going to need partnerships with local higher education institutions and technical providers and all kinds of effort from the business community, from the Minority Business Council, from the Chamber of Commerce. What we have to have is a countywide, concerted, committed, continuous effort. And something great can happen as we reimagine 901. We're going to be closing schools between 13 to 15 at least, and we're going to memorialize those sites with markers. It's one of the things we'll try to do as well, is go back and memorialize some places that may have been forgotten. Our plan is to strategically sell properties and develop properties. We look forward to sharing more about that with you, as we are going to have a stock take group and have a continuous review of our efforts as we move toward these milestones. And finally, we'll be coming to you on a quarterly basis to share with you our milestones and our progress against this plan. Commissioners, we appreciate you, and we appreciate the work that has been done to all of our teams. A special thank you from me to Mr. Gennard Phillips, our Chief of Business Operations, and his team for all of the incredible work they've done in getting us to this place, Superintendent, where we have a plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Barker. Commissioners, we have this one moment in time to do more for our students. We understand that we cannot buy our way out of 30 years of generational poverty and persistent achievement gaps with these millions of dollars. Our children are not whole until they can read as well as their peers. They're not whole until their parents can earn a living wage. They're not whole until they have well-trained, well-paid teachers who have high expectations for them every single day. They are not whole until the Memphis Shelby County community comes together. And as I say to our Memphis Shelby County Schools family, together we must believe. Together we must achieve. Together we are reimagining 901. Thank you so much, commissioners.
Let's go into the queue. Commissioner Whaley, Chairman Jones, Commissioner Morrison, and then anybody that's online.
I think Chairman Jones had a quick question.
Oh, well, he has a meeting, so you're
Yeah.
deferring? That's fine.
Yeah.
Chairman, I'm sorry. You just told me that a second ago. I was talking about one of the slides on here, and I got about 87 questions, so you go right ahead.
Thank you.
Don't leave.
First of all, to the superintendent, your staff, thank you for the presentation. One of the things, and I was sitting here looking through this, and for your capital ask, and And you know, I heard through the presentation, we have challenges throughout. And for the ask, we have challenges too. And so in looking at that, if this body were to do that, now let me be explicitly clear that I have been a total supporter of our children, the school district and all of that. But realistically, if I were to look at it from a CIP standing, 55 million to SCS would equate to about 70 million of our CIP spend annually, which is 75 million. So it might need to happen in a different way, because then that would give the county no plausible way to get their capital needs met. And so how do we meet somewhere in the middle? Somewhere. But I can't see it at where you're presenting now. Not that I'm against it, but how can we get there? The only other way, because our annual debt service payment, and you heard the mayor said, oh, we're not borrowing any money. And so I'm just trying to see how we get there. And it might needs to be a different conversation, sit down and break that down with the education chair and see how we can pace that out. Because where it stands now, we would be having to fund 70 million to the schools. And under our CIP policy of annual $75 million spend, that would only leave 5 million to county CIP projects. So can you guys kind of rethink that, go back to the board and see how we can make something happen? But where it is, I just don't know how we get there if they're not going to do any additional bond funding. And so that's the only thing that I had. But if you guys can do that, I would appreciate that. And then bring something back, let us look at it and see how. But currently, because even when we were giving you guys 55 million and we were taking the low end of that process, it always equated somewhere around 25 million. Now, if we do that, it would equate to us not just having just about 4 million to do our capital projects. So I just want to look at that way. Y'all know I'm not against schools. Help me to help y'all. Okay? So I got to get upstairs to a meeting, but I'd like for y'all to just review that and just get back with me and your education chair and just see where we go from there.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Jones.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Jones. You know, every time you leave, you know what breaks loose down here. You heard it anyway. Education chair.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Ford. Thanks y'all again for being here and for all the presentations last week and for handing this out on Friday. Had a chance to dive through this and appreciate the commitment to sharing the data and synthesizing it. So shout out to whoever compiled this. It was fantastic to read. I think it's, mixed messages in there, right? There are a lot of areas for growth. Those were pointed out. And so I'll focus my questions. I'll just put them all out there first, and then you kind of take them as you will. But I'll try to divide them into both the academic component and the facility component. So first on the academics, I've said this before, but very much appreciate the tighter focus in the priorities. because it's very easy to try to do all the things. There's always something to do in education to try. And when we do that, we dilute the impact because there's never enough money to do all those things well, nor is there the capacity, which leads into your priority number 2, which actually I would say is the number 1 priority when I think of any successful organization, which is its people and the talent and how we invest and train and develop people. So very happy to see that. And I think the more we continue to pour into our teacher workforce, our administrators, our leaders, how we create to the point of like homegrown talent of students in the school system now that choose to become teachers because we value teachers above all else. That is critical. Like none of this other stuff matters if we don't. I mean, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but unless you have great people, doesn't matter what your literacy curriculum is. Doesn't matter if you have a beautiful building. Like if you don't have the people that make the world go round and teach so that students learn, you don't, what do you have? So I think, again, I appreciate seeing that. So just wanted to call that out. You know, some of the data I saw in here around culture is really enlightening. One thing I think is really good is the decrease in the exclusionary discipline numbers over time, over the past 3 years. But conversely, we've seen a decrease in graduation rates for specifically EL students, economically disadvantaged students. And we've also seen, as you know, challenges in early literacy, sort of early on, and also in that high school graduation. So I think those bookends, and again, I think those are coming through with these priorities. And so one of the things that would help me is being able to merge the two, right? To be able to see the actual numbers with these, not only these priorities, but the methods to achieve success in those areas. And so my main question with academics is, what are your goals, your specific goals as a result, if we are able to pull off these historic investments, what do you expect to be true as a result of it, right? And how do we know that? Is it achievement increasing to a specific amount? Is it graduation? I think these are in here in different components, but I think just flat out saying like, if we do this, we expect and we will hold ourselves accountable to these types of results, right? And then quickly on facilities, wondering, one, is there a component of going out and getting private enterprises, private businesses to also invest in this so that everyone's got a stake in it? I think it's very important for our local business community, philanthropic community to be involved in it. So to be clear about what that number is. And then also, in the, equity is really important to the district. It's important to us. How does that factor into how the charter schools are involved in this plan, both in terms of like the per year either new additions or whatnot, but then also what is the process for how vacant facilities as a result of closures is decided? Like what is the criteria for that? I think you mentioned reselling them or development. But, one could argue that the first and best use is education. They were built with public dollars for public schools. And so is there a way in which you first offer those buildings for use of a school, an actual public school, maybe followed by another education institution of some kind, and then maybe last, selling it for private use? But I would say, the first course of action shouldn't be because we can get money for it, right? So like what are the priorities for how we address that? But all that, again, really glad to see this plan. I know we've asked for it for a really long time. I appreciate the thoughtfulness and also think, this past year has been tough for everyone, but this has, I think, allowed this plan to be stronger, more relevant, and leverage other resources that none of us would have anticipated. So certainly I want to try to support this as much as I can, but I think also making sure we're accountable to how we get it done. We know what the goalposts are, and we get all the help we can get to get there. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Whalen.
Commissioner Morrison, Mills, and is there anybody online that would like to speak? So I can go ahead and put you into the queue. Hearing none, let's go in that order. Commissioners Morrison and Mills.
Thank you, Chairman Ford, and thank you all for the presentation, and really also for the time earlier this week to meet with commissioners personally, and you, John, especially taking extra time with me afterwards. You said, and just to hear my direct perspective. Commissioner Whaley hit on a lot of points that I strongly agree with. And we are so grateful to have this plan. And we also are very hopeful and expect to see the political will to support movement of the plan from the school board, so that we really see action. We've seen plans in the past without enough resolve to get it done. And what I'm hearing from you is that you have that. I do think you have the support of the whole community. It's quite obvious to me with the numbers of people that want to tutor, that want to, you've got school seat, I think you've got interest in the private sector. So I do believe you have the support of the community. And that you right now have an unprecedented amount of dollars coming into the schools. But we know that's not the answer. It's leadership. And that's what we expect from you. You mentioned workforce development. And just this morning, we had the senior recruiter from FedEx, Mance Aitchen, here, who said on May 17th, 18th, and 19th, Shelby County Schools students are invited and have an awesome opportunity at our largest employer for summer work. And that's just tremendous. I know the chamber and Workforce Mid-South also supports upskilling our workforce. Bartlett, I know it also is training and offering to partner with you, as are some of the private schools, Presbyterian Day School, St. Mary's, and want to come alongside and help to train the very best students. So I just encourage you and ask you to stay strong with the will to implement the plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Mills, then Commissioner Sawyer, and then if there's nobody else after that, I have questions.
Thank you,
In that
Chairman
order.
Ford. Thank you for the presentation. And I did listen in online Saturday to the State of the District the other day, and the district choir was phenomenal. They were outstanding. I was blown away. So please pass that along, that I was really impressed. Most of my questions I asked during our one-on-one phone call, which was very appreciative to kind of give us, I truly appreciate that respect given to us to here's what's coming. It means a lot. Thank you. The only question that hasn't been asked that I wanted to ask is the rebranding of Shelby County Schools, the new name. I get it. Why? But the price tag, I didn't see the price tag of the rebranding and redoing everything. What are those numbers looking like?
Good question.
So great question. And I know we're gathering that information. So when we get a final estimate, we'll forward it to the commission.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I can scratch out one of my questions. How long will it take for you to get that information?
So I know I have the team looking at it. If you give us until the close of business next week.
All right, so next Friday? Gotcha. All right, Commissioner Mills, you're done? Commissioner Sawyer, you're recognized. And what I'll do is I will recognize, are there any other school board members here besides the chair? I think Ms. Stephanie Love is here. Is she? She's online? Okay. Is there anybody else? I just want to make sure that the protocol is established and we recognize whoever's here as a school board member. Is that all? Okay. Commissioner Sawyer, then we'll go to board member Love, and then I'll go down my questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chairman Ford. Good morning. Coronavirus will not defeat us.
Yeah, I retired that Friday. But go
I
ahead.
heard you, but I couldn't not do it one last time with you. This is a very thorough presentation. We did have a chance to preview it, and I really think this, we've all grown so much, I believe. We'll see what Commissioner Ford says when I'm done. And how we communicate and how you all are sharing with us. And so I appreciate the thoroughness here. I just want to go ahead and say on the record the things that I pointed out to Chief Barker and White Law and Thomas last week. My largest concern, I don't know, there's not page numbers, but when I go to the begin with the end in mind, measures of success slide,
the indicators chart, those continue to stand out to me. I spent a lot of time on this particular slide with your team last week, looking at our goalpost and looking at where we are right now. I continue to be disheartened by where we are right now, but that doesn't mean I lack hope that we can get to these mileposts. I'm glad that we are highlighting them. I'm glad that we are aware, understanding that the Tennessee Ready Graduate designation is a new designation, and that we, one of the reasons for the low score or low percentage was a tracking issue. So we think we can get to a higher place there, which is good, because to have been repeatedly hearing the statistic that 1 in 3 of our students were not prepared for school nor work. Really, when we think about what we're facing in our broader Memphis community, as you know, regarding crime and acts of violence and mental health issues and things like that, this all loops together. And I've said this before, and many commissioners have agreed with me. I'd rather fund schools than fund jails.
Second.
And so that's where my focus is always going to go. That's why I requested to be chair. My time is running short, so I just want to say that this is a slide we should continue to see. I hope we can, if not get this quarterly updated, at least biannually. Get a progress tracker, just so we can be aware of that growth. I think it'll be very helpful. And I'm glad to see Kingsbury in here. I always mention Kingsbury. Let's get those bathroom doors on before the kids get back to school, please. And the only other thing I want to say, there was one other thing, but I'm out of time. Basically,
Others have gone over, so I'm gonna give the same courtesy.
okay, yeah, I thought I heard Whaley talking for like 10 minutes.
He did.
But no, I definitely wanted to highlight Kingsbury. I believe I'm supportive of the funding. You know, and in addition to Commissioner Morrison's comments, you know, we have partners who want to support our children. We need more partners. To anyone who's listening, we don't have enough, and we know that. That's one of the biggest things, is that we need the business community to believe that our kids are worth it, that they're employable, and that they're employable at the highest levels of employment, not just the shipping and manufacturing levels of employment as well. And then the teacher salary, as you all know, I spent 5 years with Teach for America. I know how important investing in good teachers is in the classroom, and Commissioner Whaley spent a significant time on this, so I won't repeat too much, but I'm glad to see a raise. I know the teachers will be glad to see this as well. And, you know, just continuing to invest in their development, right? I also want to take this opportunity to, you know, state that I think that our teachers have really showed up through this pandemic in amazing ways for continuance of education in Shelby County, and gone above and beyond just teaching classes on Zoom. They're getting food to houses. They were getting masks to students, while also fearing for their own lives and the virus themselves. And so I'm glad to see them recognized early on in the presentation. And I think that a lot of them have felt that appreciation. So thank you for taking care of that. And my final item.
Your final.
Yeah. You know, earlier today, Commissioner Brooks spoke to the fact that last night we were able to do the Day on the Hill with a group of students, and they had some really insightful questions. I also meet with Bridge Builders Change about quarterly. They always have some great questions. I have just recently met with Chief Barker and Chief Thomas and Chief Darling regarding resource officers in school. And two of the questions that the students asked were about support for mental health. They are afraid of what the new gun laws mean for their safety. They asked for more metal detectors or wands now that anyone can access a gun in Tennessee. But we have to balance that because there's also students petitioning us to remove armed deputies from the schools. So you're in a unique place, not unique, it's probably every district across the country of balancing safety with the lives and over policing of our children. We just lost a 15-year-old girl in Ohio yesterday.
Yep.
Whose life could have been saved. And, you know, in thinking about the Micaiah Bryants of Memphis, Tennessee, who get in a fight in a cafeteria and might never get home. That's not what we need. So mental health support, community support, and ensuring that our relationship between education and criminal justice is one that keeps our kids safe, but also keeps them whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sawyer.
Board Member Love, if you're on, good afternoon, and the floor is yours.
So I did not ask to speak. I was transitioning, and maybe something hit something, but I think my colleague and our superintendent have stated everything that needs to be stated. So we're just looking forward to support. Thank you.
Okay. You almost scared me for a second. You said you were transitioning. You forgot what else I do in trade. So.
I'm headed to another meeting.
All right. Gotcha. Okay. Is there anybody else? Okay, let's go to now. Bring the slide presentation back up. Let's bring the slide presentation back up. I got questions, and CFO Williams already knows. You already coming up here. You already know. I'm doing great. It's good to see you, and it's good to be seen and not viewed.
So you just let us know the time.
Slide number 8. I went ahead and numbered mine. Slide number 8, the teacher compensation. That is a very good thing. One of my questions was going to be, are there any inroads on elevating the salaries of others who have been undercompensated? And I noticed in one of the other slides that it said that there was a $16 million increase for certified and non-certified personnel. I know when we talked last concerning getting those personnel to 15 an hour and to do it in the most appropriate way, it would cost about 25. I'm assuming this would take care of, let's see, 16 over 25, that's about 60%. So does that get us probably like 60% to our goal? And if so, what else are we doing for those 3,000 employees that we've been talking about for over a year or so?
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner Ford, for your question. So the $16 million that you're referencing there is about a 2% roughly increase for our new compensation model, along with our central office, our school-based employees that are not certified. And so what you're mentioning around the $25 million to get all employees up to $15 per hour, along with the compression analysis,
yes,
what we're committed to working on now. And our chief of HR is not here because she does a great job, but we're committed to bringing those employees up in this year without addressing the compression piece.
With the 16 million, and maybe you have to do some number crunching on this, do you know how much per hour now that would take those certified and non-certified personnel? And I just want to do a little juxtaposition. You just had the county mayor that came down here and said that a 1.5% raise would get people to $15.29 per hour. Before I left the city council, with the help of the city council, we were able to get a salary minimum of $15.50 an hour. And because of Mayor Strickland, now it's at $15.67 per hour. Before the $16 million was infused, I brought in front of this body that you had certified, non-certified folks making 30 cents less an hour than the cafeteria workers who were making about $12.52 an hour. With this new money that's coming in, what is now the new number?
Got it. And so I can definitely get that information to you because we've already crunched the numbers and shared the analysis with you. So I just want to be detailed and get that on the record to you. So with the new funds, let me be clear, the new one-time federal funds, what we're doing to support staff across the district for like extended learning opportunities, our summer programs, and our extended learning fall programs, we are offering a bonus to some degree. So in addressing the bigger issue that you're bringing up, Commissioner Ford, we'll love to get that information back to you. So in summary, number one, we're addressing the employees, but not the compression piece in this budget. And so there will still be work to address that $25 million over the course of the next couple of years.
All right, and I'm assuming we can go ahead and say by the end of next Friday, everything that we're asking for today, so that we won't have today for this, and then can we just say the close of next week, next Friday for all of these items? In addition to, I think you had a request, or there was another commissioner that had a request, and we said close of next Friday. So can we just?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Moving on, slide 11. I know that on another slide, and I calculated the money off the state website about being 775.7 million over that threshold, and I see 685. There's a $90 million difference. Are we talking about the same money? And if so, what's the $90 million difference?
Yes, sir. So if you can transition, I want to be clear with Commissioner Ford. So yes, there is a difference. And if you go to the ESSER fund slide, you see the breakout of the 775 million. You see the portion that will be paid to charter schools. Keep going. There you go. Charter schools along with private schools. And then there's an indirect cost piece. And so just any smart, and I know you could relate just fiscal planning with one-time money, we want to make sure that we can sustain some of these investments because as you know, what moves the academic needle is a lot of times, as you guys have mentioned, are people. So social emotional supports, we need ed assistance. You got additional teachers that's proposed in our plan. And so we won't, with this one-time money, have a big cliff at one time. We have that indirect cost to carry the grant forward. So all grants in ESSER 2.0 end in 2023. ESSER 3.0, that it ends in 2024. So this will allow us to support those employees past that grant period. And then it allows us, as Commissioner Whaley brought up, making sure that we have measures, and we have a great Chief Innovation Officer back there that allows us to figure out what are we getting for our return on investment. So those funds can then definitely support the strategies past the 2024 period. So hopefully that answers your question, sir.
Most of it. Thank you. Slide 13, please. All right, slide 13. I know that you get from the city of Memphis a particular dollar amount. I know last year, city government and county government, you received $5,750,000.
Yes, sir.
And I brought this up before, and I'm gonna bring it up now because the word that was used a lot during the presentation by the superintendent and the associates was commitment. I know you want us to commit 55 million over the next 10 years, but I know that there have been city and county requests that would actually assist in doing some of these things. And one of the requests that I'm talking about is, I know on the city side, when the census was going on last year, there was a request to do a simple robocall to get people signed up for the census, because we all know that the census ties in with the money. And it was brought to my attention about 6 days ago that that request never was taken care of. Y'all come with a lot of ask. You're supposed to come with a lot of ask. But if a city or a county government requests something real small and it can't get done and it's tied up with what we're talking about today, how does that help with the relationship so that people will be more inclined to say, well, they did help out with this, so even if we can't help out with 55 million, maybe we can help out with this because they were so inclined to help us because we helped them. I have a problem with that because I don't want the optics to appear you keep coming down asking for millions and millions of dollars, but then we may ask y'all to help us out with a couple of things, and then we don't necessarily get that reciprocated. So that's one of my concerns. I want you to address that, but then I want to talk about what Chairman Jones, before he left, talked about regarding the 55 million.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ford. So I think we did our due diligence with partnering with the actual census. Shelby County Schools, we kicked off the census conversation with the United States Census Department, who actually was with us at the Liberty Bowl, and we had students from all of across Shelby County there. But let me speak directly to the robocall issue. And as we shared with the city of Memphis, we always want to be compliant with the law. And from what my understanding is, it was an FCC issue that caused us not to share the information out. So I want to be real clear. We always will work together, but it takes everyone working together and working with us. But I'm quite sure no one wants us to violate the law as it relates to sharing information with our parents, because I think the communications team and we're committed to being as open and transparent and sharing as much information as possible within the law.
Okay. I just inquired about the law with the city, and I'm waiting on a response concerning that, but we'll move on. This 55, the mayor brought his proposed budget narrative down, and it's 30. I just asked, and maybe I need the budget director or the CFO to reiterate. Well, first of all, SES, is this 55 on top of the 30 that's already in the mayor's budget, proposed budget, or is this 25 on top of the 30?
We're asking for $55 million. So I do believe, and you can have CFO Crosby to come up, but I do believe they're proposing 30 that will leave SES with 25. So we will be 30 short from the ask and what they're proposing.
Is that how you understand it, Mr. Budget Director? You can get that one works too.
Michael Thompson, Director of Budget. Does it work?
Yes.
The CIP that we budget every year, of course, we cap the total CIP at $75 million. And that is to make sure that we do not overburden ourselves on any type of general obligation debt that we issue to cover these capital projects. As we have to consider other areas such as buildings, roads, community projects, the remainder of the CIP budget this year totaled out to be about $29-30 million. In my understanding, that will be specifically allocated for the schools. So the net difference will be what, 25 million, I would think would be a request for that. In past history, the amount allocated to the schools has always fluctuated around 25 to 35 million, I believe. And that's because we do have other CIP projects that have to be funded for the county.
All right, so I just want to make sure that is crystal clear for Commissioner, well, one commissioner that's still here and everybody else that'll probably ask these questions again when we get into the weeds. So we haven't seen the budget book yet. It's coming on the 5th, but you're the budget director, so you know what was in it. So the 30 million is exclusively SCS, and that is, well, wait, let me finish my question. I know where you're going with this. Wait, just hold on. I'm gonna get to the 78 and the 22 in a second. I got this. So the 30 million, is that exclusively Shelby County Schools, which is at a 78% rate, which would make the 22% for the munis approximately 8.4 million? Or is that 30 million inclusive of SCS and everybody else? And then I need to take 78% of 30 and 22% of 30. That's a very important question. I need to know the answer to that, and y'all should have the answer to that.
And Commissioner Ford, because that is a very important question, I would like to clarify that from my understanding. as I'm
Yes.
On my learning curve. Maybe Commissioner Crosby is in our office and can.
Commissioner Crosby, we only got 13 commissioners. Wait a minute.
I mean, I'm sorry.
CFO.
Commissioner Crosby. But I would like to clarify that, and I can bring the information back as quickly as possible. Or if Chief Crosby is online, she may.
Is she on by any chance? Because I would really like to know the answer to that question, because it sounds like, I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, that 78% of the 30 is what you're thinking it is. As far
That
as
is my
yeah.
understanding. I think you guys see it as all schools, but I would love just to clarify.
And the budget chair needs to know so that when I do my due diligence, whatever needs to happen can happen.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mateel Crosby,
Hi.
CFO of Shelby County.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
30 million is for all schools. As CFO Williams said earlier, we do not yet have the weighted full-time equivalent average daily attendance from the schools, or they don't have it from the state. But 78% of that 30 million would be about 23.4 million for
That's-
Shelby County schools.
Which leaves 6.6 for the munis. Okay. That's what I needed. I knew my numbers. Madam CFO SCS. I knew you were going with that. So last couple of questions. And thank you, Ms. Crosby. Okay. Ms. Crosby, no, stay on because I need you for this too. Deferred maintenance. I know we've had the pandemic go on and it's still going on right now. I know deferred maintenance. I'm just going to ask the general question: where are we on this, and do we still have a historical backlog as we have had over the last few years? I want SCS to respond first, then CFO Crosby on this matter. Deferred maintenance. I know that when we usually come down here, we have this whole list of deferred maintenance and concerning schools and everything. I know what your ask is, but I want to know where we're at presently. Wait a minute. In fact, slide 20. It's slide 20.
And I want to make sure that I get the operations team to ensure that we're answering your question. So your question is where specifically of the initial $600 million of deferred maintenance?
No, let me reiterate. So I know what you're trying to do for ESSER 3.0, which is $240 million for deferred maintenance. My question is, where are we at right now on deferred maintenance in respect to this current budget in preparation for next year? And then I want
is the
CFO Crosby to give her response, because if you're doing this now, later, I want to know what you're doing now.
Right. It's $400 million at this time. And so what we've done to get down to that $400 million from $633 million with the commission's commitment, you guys have not just given us 35 million, we've executed on 90 million one fiscal year that you allocated for us. We executed on 40 million. And then as of late, $25 million. So all of the appropriations have gone to support the reduction of deferred maintenance at this time. So right now we're at 403 million. I do believe that's what's on the slide there. And I don't know that we're showing it, but around $400 million. The 240 commitment from SCS will then reduce it.
Dr. Barker, you're close to the mic. Are you trying to also? No? Oh, they couldn't hear on that mic? Okay. Gotcha. Okay. CFO Crosby, the numbers that you have as far as deferred maintenance for SCS.
Thank you, sir. Mateel Crosby, Director of Administration and Finance. I will leave the deferred maintenance up to SCS for them to know what their deferred maintenance is. I do know that we have not yet provided them with any of the fiscal year 2021 funding because we had not yet received their 5-year plan. So I do hope that the commission is pleased with what they submitted today so that we may release some of their funding. Or if you have specific additional requests in order to meet your requirement in the May 18th, 2020 resolution, that you would make those known so that we can release their funding to them. Because I know they're probably waiting on some of this capital funding.
All right, you heard that, right?
Yes, that is correct. We are waiting and we have hoped to please the commission by submitting the plan that was requested exactly as it was in the resolution 37.
Okay. Last question on here. I need to go back to one other item. Slide 33. In fact, just go to the very end and go back to slide 33, third bullet point about closing at least 13 to 15 school buildings by August 2031 and memorializing school sites with markers. Have we already identified the 13 to 15 schools?
Yes, sir. It's within the presentation we just presented.
It's in there, the 13 schools? That'll
Yes,
be
sir.
closed. What
Yep.
Slide is that?
You see, digging into the details of it.
Yes.
And Dr. Barker, I would ask that you come up to just articulate the schools, you and Chief Phillips.
If I overlooked it in the slide presentation, I just want to know what the 13 to 15 schools that you're considering closing down.
Yes, sir. We'll go through them. I'm pulling up the slide myself. So you have Tresvant High School that's going to be combining with another school to make the new Fraser High. You had Treadwell Elementary and Treadwell Middle combining into the new Treadwell K-8. You have Bethel Grove, Cherokee, and Dunbar schools into the new Orange Mound K-8. You have Sheffield High and Woodard High combining into the new Southeast High School. You have Raleigh Egypt Middle and Raleigh Egypt High combining into the new Raleigh Egypt 612. And then you have Northwest Prep, which is the old Tech High, closing May 22nd. And you have Shady Grove Elementary. Those students will be going to Dexter K-8 and White Station.
And have you already talked about how you're going to memorialize these school sites with markers so it doesn't look like there's a tombstone over there? We don't want to say here lies Tresvant or anything like that. Have you all had a real discussion about that? Because neighborhoods care about their neighborhoods. Neighbors care about their neighborhoods, and you would not want to, lack of a better word, insult any neighborhood by. I mean, it may look like this is the best thing to do, but you just don't want to leave a tombstone right here saying, hey, here lies Tresvant. It was an okay school, but it's gone now. Rest in peace. You don't want that.
So Commissioner Ford, just as you do, we care about neighborhoods as well in our community, in our schools. And we definitely will involve the school and that community to ensure that it's something proper to memorialize these particular schools.
All right. And I'm asking for a constituent, so I hate to bring this person up, but they're asking as far as this slide, is this the resuscitation of the Dorsey Hobson plan? And this is somebody from Westwood who I think you met when Westwood was on that possible chopping block. So I won't mention her name, but she wanted me to ask that on the record.
So someone answered the question because Westwood was on that particular footprint planning. As you can see, Westwood is not on this list. So in short, this is a new plan. This is a plan where we're reimagining education, whereas our plan marries the strategic academic plan with the footprint plan. And this is a brand new plan because this is a new Memphis Shelby County Schools plan.
Okay. I hope you appreciate me asking that, because when constituents ask me particular things to do and
Absolutely.
I'm able to do it, I do it, regardless of popular opinion and whatnot. So last thing I'm gonna say is this, commissioners, you've listened to the presentation. You've heard the presentation. You've heard what the ask is as far as capital and operating is concerned. With the new numbers, if you are so inclined and you have 6 votes to back up your claim to help out Shelby County Schools, you're talking about another $31.6 million in CIP that you would either have to add to the 75 million or cut if you wanted to stay within the 75 million. So I just want you to think about that. And I want the administration to think about that too, because you can come with the ask all day, but it's either we go over the 75 million, which your current chief of staff and former CAO did not want us to go over at that time. But yeah, I see her back there. But at the same time, we also have items that are in this budget proposed that are going to come up. So if we go over the 33, the extra 31.6, if 7 people decide they want to do that, so be it. If 7 people decide they want to take $30 million worth of projects out, so be it. There's no other way that I see. So I know you'll have conversations with commissioners back and forth on that, but I just had to give you the realistic context, because we can ask for whatever, but if it's not realistic and there's no real communication, all we're saying is, hey, we just printed off some stuff on some nice paper and it's a wish. And I say that because I taught in the school system for 14 years, and I understand probably better than any other commissioner what the students needed while I was there. And I do want them to have the best quality education as well, but it's going to take everybody to be involved on that. With that being said, is there anybody else that would like to speak on discussion item 2? Because we do have other items as well as going back to audit for today before we adjourn. Superintendent, associates, thank you very much for your presentation. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Let's do this because I know at least one person is ready to present, and I want to go ahead and go down the list. Is Clerk Halbert online?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am on the line.
All right. Has your item been vetted and is ready to go, or do you need until Monday to get everything looked at so that we can go ahead and vote on that? I know that Madam Register has gotten her information vetted and we're ready to roll with hers. Where are we at on yours? I just want to make sure, because if it's ready to go, that's fine. If it's not, I want to go ahead and read your item in the record and give you at least until Monday so that the appropriate people can make it right so that we can have it disposed of. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair, we are working with the mayor's administration on the request, so they have not finalized the some particulars that you're looking for, but we do have 6, 7, 8 different requests, and so I guess we'll be ready with that, have that full request for Monday, so we will be ready to go Monday. But if you want to hear the list of them when appropriate or necessary, then I can give those to you.
All right, let's do this. Let's read your item in the record. And what I would suggest is Monday being the hard day, 3 o'clock
Right.
time. Otherwise, I think we're running out of time. But just for the record, I just want to make sure that people know that I've reached out to the electeds, and if there's anything that was in FY21 we could have disposed of with funds that they had in their coffers, we could go ahead and knock that out so it wouldn't conflict with the FY22 proposed budget that the administration has already put together. So, Madam Parliamentarian, let's read it in the record. I'm going to make the motion to send it down without a recommendation, but if any commissioner would like to speak, they can. And as you heard the clerk, she's working on that, but I would like to make that motion when we have it in the record. Go ahead.
Item 3 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Clerk's FY 2021 General Fund Operating Budget in an amount not to exceed $800,000, reflecting revenue collections, and to amend the FY 2021 Position Control Budget. Sponsored by Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr. This is an add-on and referred back to committee in April 12th, 2021 Commission meeting.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Mills and seconded by myself. What I like to do is, you heard Clerk Halbert, what I like to do in order to give her the hard deadline and to make sure that she has the time to get it in, I like to move for this item to be taken down without a recommendation. I know there'll be discussion on that, so can I get a second first? It's been seconded by Commissioner Sawyer, Commissioner Morrison on the motion.
I support the motion.
Okay.
That'll be fine.
All right. Can we do that without objection? And Clerk Halbert, did you want to say anything real quick before we move this item without a recommendation so that you can make your hard deadline for Monday?
Nothing other than thank you and Chairman Jones for your support and allowing the Office of the Commission to assist us, as well as the Finance Division. And Madam Vice Chair Morrison, I appreciate your support as well. And we will have this ready. We're working diligently with the mayor's administration, and we'll have it ready on Monday.
All right, hard deadline Monday. Can we do that without objection? Seeing
Thank
no
you.
objections, item 3 will go down without a recommendation. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Item 4.
Item 4 is a resolution to increase the FY 2022 general operating budget and position control budgets for the Registers of Deeds Office in the amount 252909 and appropriation of said funds for FY 2022, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr. This is an add-on and referred back to committee in April 12th, 2021 commission meeting.
All right, and I'm assuming that's $252,909. It's been moved by Commissioner Morrison, seconded by myself. Do we have a copy of the substitute? Commissioner Sawyer, can you do the honors and move the substitute so that Madam Parliamentarian can read the new caption?
Yes, I move the substitute.
I'll second it. Can we move the substitute without objection?
No change in the caption.
There's no changes? Oh, I thought there were.
Is there a dollar sign in the new caption?
Probably.
Oh, yeah.
Just read it again. She's about to get it, so we can make everything clean.
The new caption for item 4, is it item 4?
Substitute for 4, yes.
Yes, reads, resolution to amend the Shelby County Register of Deeds FY 2021 General Fund Operating Budget in an amount not to exceed $230,672, reflecting revenue collections, and to amend the FY 2021 Position Control Budget, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr.
All right, the substitute has been put on the floor and properly seconded. I see the register here. Would she like to speak on this item? I know that she and I had our conversation, and I'm assuming that this has been vetted. I did talk to the budget director. He said that we are ready to go. So we don't have to have 2 items, have a hard deadline for Monday. So Madam Register, thank you. First of all, thank you for what you're trying to do as far as my district, as well as the 950,000 constituents, but thank you for also finding funds in your budget. And I'm just going to say this, folks, her office, I want to say for the second or at least third straight year, has gone above and beyond revenue predictions. So I think if she's trying to do the best that she can with what she has and expand so that she can surpass those revenues again, I would like to see this body definitely consider that. So Register Ford, no relation. The floor is yours. Go ahead and push that button for me.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Commissioner Ford. This is a substitution resolution, and everyone should have a copy. And just to read it out, we are, for the record, I am Shalandra Y. Ford, Shelby County Registrar. And I would like to say our ultimate goals of the Shelby County Registrar Office is to ensure that the public have ensure that our office is accessible to all of Shelby County and meet the needs of all of Shelby County citizens. Secondly, to address that, we would also like to ensure the integrity of all records retained from our office is safeguarded and protected from fraud as well. So moving along with that being said, our increase to amend our budget is duly to build out a space in the Whitehaven area. And we would also require 3 positions to be added to our budget, which would meet the needs of the workflow of that operation. And again, thank you for this opportunity today to hear us and to address our needs of the registrar's office.
All right, Commissioner Morrison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. And Registrar, I just wanted to commend you. I've been hearing that you've done really good work in your office as far as bringing in more revenue with do the property refinancings and also your online portal work, that you're running a more efficient office, and we're grateful for that. And so I'm supportive of this. This is needed for our public records. I'm serving currently on the Public Records Commission, so we appreciate your work towards retention there. I just commend you and support this, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm glad we read it in because the number 252-909 is different from what was read in here, so we did have to read it in the record. Any other commissioners online or otherwise like to speak on item 4? Seeing, okay, thought I heard somebody. Seeing none, let's go ahead and go to the vote on item 4, substitute.
Commissioner Billingsley. Turner.
Aye.
Sawyer. Aye. Whaley. Wright. Milton. Brooks. Ford.
Aye.
Mills.
Aye.
Valerie. Morrison.
Aye.
Anybody not vote? Please reveal and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Sawyer, Ford, Mills, and Morrison. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you very much. The substituted item 4 will go down with a favorable recommendation. There might be some other questions, so feel free to join us on Monday.
Thank you
Register.
again. Thank you again to everyone.
Thank you. Now, we're going to go to item 10 next, and then item 5. Commissioner, so yeah, I got you. All right, so item 10 would be next. That's the item that came out of law enforcement and got moved into budget. And then we will listen to the order of the day after that. After we dispose of items 4 and 5, I'm going to ask commissioners, well, I would like commissioners to see if there's any questions on 6 through 9. If there's not anything that's really out there that you may need to ask questions about or recuse or abstain, I might make the motion for us to read 6 through 9 collectively so that we can go back to audit. Okay, commissioners, all right, item 10, please.
Okay, for the listening public, item 10 is formally item 3 from Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts. It's now being moved to Budget and Finance, and it appears as item 10. And so that item is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, requesting that the contract with Global Tel Link be amended in order to change the telecommunication and or visitation charges imposed on inmates, detainees, and their families throughout the criminal justice facilities within Shelby County, Tennessee to $0, no cents, effective July 1st, 2021, sponsored by Commissioner Tammy Sawyer.
All right, to get it on the floor, I'll move it. Can I get a second, please? Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sawyer, you gave us pertinent information, and I'm going to go ahead and give you back the floor, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Can I just see show of hands who was here earlier? Okay, so everyone, you're aware.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I don't think I need to recap for those who were listening. I stated my comments about this earlier. I have, one question, I think. Mr. Gillum, CEO Gillum, if you could share the administration's standpoint on this. And also, if do you know if we reduce this to zero, what the impact is? Does that just mean we have no profit, or does that mean someone else has to pay for it, or the services are turned off? And if you don't know that, can you have the mayor or the Director Alexander here Monday for us?
Commissioner Sawyer, Dewan Gillum, CEO for Shelby County Government. If I'm not mistaken, I've asked Director Alexander to be on standby to respond to any questions that this commission may have regarding this item. I will say that we've had limited conversations. I have posed a number of questions to Director Alexander. Many of the same questions or concerns that you alluded to a little bit earlier this morning. It appears that based on some of the information that you provided, there's a little bit more work on my part to do to fully comprehend exactly what is happening in terms of the distribution of tablets to the inmates at Shelby County Corrections. So with that being said, I think at the end of the day, the administration is willing to defer to the will of the commission as it relates to whether or not we will impose something that would convince GTL to perhaps provide these services to our inmates at no cost.
That's my only question. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone else want to speak on this particular item? You still have the floor.
Thank
I
you.
thought you were done, sorry.
I mentioned earlier that we received a letter from PolicyLink, a national organization with whom we've had a previous partnership with. Just wanted to lift up again that they've emailed all commissioners as well as Mayor Harris. Should we continue with these fees, our fellowship with the city and counties fee justice fellowship will be revoked and will be in debt to that program. And secondly, we received a letter from Executive Director of Just City, Josh Spiegler, about the concerns that they have. We've also heard, I'm not sure if her email's been sent yet, but we should be hearing from Black Lives Matter Memphis chapter about these fees as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the queue? Because I would just want to say that I wholeheartedly agree where a lower socioeconomic group is going to be hurt the most with what we have right now. It's not just necessarily Black folks. You have more white folks too, or everybody else. And I feel bad for those women who are definitely going to have to make additional sacrifices if we keep what we got on the books right now, because like what we had a conversation about it's grandmas, single parents. I mean, it's a mess. I look at my district, like I said, there's 90% African American, most African Americans percentage wise, and those folks are going to suffer financially and otherwise if we look like we're making money off of it. And with that being said, I support you on this. I support you so much. I'd like to go ahead and co-sponsor this with you. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner Turner, and is there any objection for my name being next to Commissioner Sawyer's? Seeing none, then add my name on here as a co-sponsor. Thank you, Commissioner Sawyer, for this information. I know we still got item 5. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Commissioner Morrison, go right ahead.
I would just ask if this might, since it was moved by committee and all, could it be sent down without a recommendation so that we can have the opportunity to hear from the administration and Director Alexander more directly?
Commissioner, well,
May I?
yes, please.
I understand that need. Would you be willing for us to take it to a vote so that wherever our votes lie, we show the response, and then we can pull it off I'm more than happy. I think it should be discussed Monday with the full body.
I agree. Commissioner Morrison.
Then I'll just abstain until we have the more information. You can vote if you want.
Very well, and I would have said the same thing. I saw a red light over there. Did you want to speak, or can we go ahead and go to the vote?
Again, Dewan Gillum, CAO for Shelby County. It's my understanding that there is someone on the line from Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and I believe Director Alexander is still standing by as well. But if this is going to go downstairs without a vote today, I'm pretty sure.
No. We're voting on 4, whether it's up or down, but we're still going to have discussion on Monday. Either way, it's going down Monday. It's Commissioner Sawyer's. She would like for this to go up or down and have discussion on Monday, notwithstanding. That's where we're at.
Okay, I got you. So we'll just make sure that all of the interested parties or interested parties are available on Monday to speak to this item, including perhaps someone from GTL as well.
Agreed.
And we can also, just so everyone knows, I did reach out to the sheriff before the resolution was even drafted for a conversation. And what he shared with me was that this was not his decision, which is why we took it to a commission resolution, that it was the administration. Thank you.
All right.
So if we could get clarity again on how this decision was made, I think most importantly, and the issue for all of us, the contract was signed by the mayor in November of 2020, which enacted the fees for the tablets and the fees for the streaming services and the fees for visitation. So that was November 2020. Again, it's April 2020. And I just need to recap this really quickly.
Go ahead, because that was actually some item 5 stuff. I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, and in December, in April, or I don't know what month, but in 2019, if everyone recalls, and on Monday we could definitely pull the transcript if need be. Karan's in there, but if someone could take that note, that we'll need the transcript of the conversation regarding the discussion item on GlobalTel adding these charges and us sharing that we were opposed to that. I think the majority of the commission, and my recollection was that the resolution there was that we would not move forward, which is why we never had a vote on it. And then we find out in the media that the visitation has happened, charges are happening. When we looked at the amended contract, that's the only way we discovered that these fees were now triggered in the contract that we had said not to amend. But since it was never taken to a vote, it's apparent that whomever felt they could do what they wanted to do without talking to us. I think the issue is that as a commissioner, and I don't toe this line too often, but as a commissioner, no one has said to us, and I'm a little over time, I apologize to my colleagues.
We'll just add this to the item 5, because you're talking about 5, but it's relevant to this whole thing, so go ahead. If I missed you, I'm sorry.
Right, so as a commissioner, when we stated that we did not want the tablets issued with fees, I believe that it would have been respectful if that administration changed their mind on that to come back to us and at least bring it before the body. I also think that what the expectation was is that we would not profit off inmates. And in this contract, we are profiting off inmates in the midst of a global pandemic and in the midst of a criminal justice pandemic. And the profit is, to me, just as unacceptable. And so the reason I'm recapping that is because what I keep hearing is a lot of finger pointing. The sheriff said the administration did it, the administration said somebody else. The visitation issue is the charges for visitation are connected to the tablet issue because, as I believe, the tablets are the conduit for how the virtual visitation is happening. And both of these are charges that were triggered without any conversation with the commission. I spoke to Director Alexander because I'm often asked, did I talk to law enforcement? I spoke to Director Alexander this morning. I spoke to Sheriff Bonner 2 weeks ago. And so as far as I'm aware, the signature on the contract is Mayor Harris in November of 2020.
Okay, again,
Let's do this because we're actually talking about 5 and because this is my committee. I wanted to make sure that the latitude on this was, I'm not trying to cut you off, but let's get to item 5 after we dispose of this to continue this conversation regarding that. I just wanted to make sure that Commissioner Sawyer was able to finish up her comments. So let's dispose of 4. Let's put 5 in the record, and then we can go back to the meat and potatoes regarding the contracts and all of that, because that's where it actually gets deep. But let's go ahead and dispose of 4. No, I'm sorry, 5. No, I'm sorry, 10. 10 that got moved from committee 4. Okay, yeah, that item. Let's prepare the screen for roll call vote.
Commissioner Billingsley, Turner.
Aye.
Sawyer. Aye. Whaley. Wright. Milton. Brooks. Ford.
Aye.
Mills.
I'm going to abstain only because I was not in here for the discussion.
Lowry. Morrison.
Abstaining, thank you.
I'm sorry, abstain.
While we get the information.
And Chairman Jones.
Please reveal and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Sawyer, and Ford. Commissioners Mills and Morrison have abstained. We have 3 ayes and 2 abstain.
Thank you very much. Item 10 is amended. We'll now go down with a favorable recommendation. Now we'll go back to the order of the day, item 5.
Item 5 is a resolution approving a contract renewal with Global Tel Link Corporation for offender management system maintenance and licensing in a total amount not to exceed $161,250 commencing from November 5th, 2020 through November 4th, 2021, with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year periods upon commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 Sheriff General Funds in an amount not to exceed $80,625 and FY 2020 Corrections Enterprise Funds in an amount not to exceed $80,625, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr.
It's been moved by anybody. Does anybody want to move it? It's been moved by Commissioner Morrison and seconded by Commissioner Turner. You're here to present item 5. Commissioner Sawyer, after the presentation, I want to do one thing, and then I want to get a parliamentary inquiry, because with your new information, I don't want to be a sponsor on this item, but I know with our rules, it doesn't fail if it doesn't have a sponsor. Somebody else could easily get it if they want to, but I just want to make sure that that's on the record with the new information. Go ahead. I don't think your mic is on. It is.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sandra Perry, CIO, IT Services. The resolution before you is for the OMS Offender Management System for Corrections and the Sheriff's Office. This system is what we use for inmate information, and ITS provides the technology support for this system, OMS. The funding source for this system is divided between both divisions, Corrections and Sheriff's Office, and it is from the general fund for FY21. And we are here this afternoon asking for approval to proceed with the renewal of the maintenance and support for this item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read the permanent rules regarding if a sponsor would like to take his or her name off and how it doesn't fail if that's the case, but somebody could pick it up. Could you read those in the record? And if a commissioner would like to pick it up, so be it.
Sure, I found it so easily when we were talking earlier today, and now I'm not seeing
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
But as we discussed, you know, for an item to appear on the agenda, there needs to be a sponsor, or however, you know, if a sponsor as appears on the item wants to remove their name, the item doesn't fail for lack of sponsorship. But if someone wants to step up, and if somebody wants to remove themselves as sponsor and another commissioner wants to appear as sponsor, that could happen as well. But either way, the item doesn't fail for lack of sponsorship.
Does anybody want to take my place on this sponsorship, just so that we can have the discussion? Only reason why I'm asking, because this information that Commissioner Sawyer has given me, I don't feel comfortable being a sponsor on this, but I'll stay as one if we need to go ahead and deliberate. I tell you what, Commissioner Sawyer, your stuff is important in this item, so I'll stay on as a sponsor only so that we can have the deliberation. But I do have a lot of issues with this new information that was given to me, to where I'll put it this way. I'm gonna let Commissioner Sawyer talk about it first, and I'm gonna give my stance. Commissioner Sawyer.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I understand it as far as administratively, so we can move forward, go. I understand that these funds are technically not attached to the tablet and the visitation issue, but in this maintenance and licensing fees, does it cover any of the tablet, the video conferencing, phone call maintenance at all?
No, ma'am,
Okay.
it's not.
And GTL is one of those corporations where if you don't use them, they remove their products, right?
They're proprietary, yes.
Thank you for the words. I'm a little torn on this one. So I might then move this one down without a recommendation. If you all are fine, I don't think they're as attached as I thought. You know, and so I think this one can stand on its own merit. I've been very clear about my issues with GlobalTel, so I would vote it down personally myself, but we can have that conversation Monday.
Okay, so your motion is to take it down without a recommendation?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Commissioner Mills. Is there a discussion? I know I do have a couple of questions on taking it down without a recommendation. So I have asked a couple of my attorney friends to look at this. So I got a couple of questions first, because I'm not against this going down without a recommendation, but depending on the answers to my questions, Commissioner Sawyer, we might need to have it held a little bit longer to, well, let me ask the question first, because I'm looking at this contract and this contract amendment, and I just want to see, well, let me ask this. The money that's over the $50,000, has any of the money already been dispersed or executed to GlobalTel Link Corporation?
No, sir, it has not.
Nothing has. Okay. Unlike Red Rover. So I just want to make sure that this is not Red Rover 2.0, to where we get legal saying, well, if you vote it down, we're going to do it anyway, which I think is unacceptable. Commissioner Sawyer, question. You had a valid concern. Do you think that Monday would be enough time to investigate the merit of the contract, which would be subject to be funded by the commission? Because I understand that we don't need to be profiting off of inmates and their families. Do you think those 5 days are enough? Or do you think it's going to be longer? Or do you want to do this? We take it down without a recommendation. If it looks like that we need to do more, we can accordingly?
Yes, because I mean, honestly, on this one, we could vote it up or down today.
Right.
To me, the lines are clear. An inmate offender management system gets us in trouble if it don't work. So we need to make sure folks can get bailed out.
Right.
So I get what this one is. I just was hesitant with the necessity of the conversation with Global Tel to vote with on anything, if you can understand that, that I think we should wait until we disperse of the other item first, even if they're on the same day, and then move to this one. But I honestly don't care on this one. I'm going to vote how I'm going to vote. And this is, I don't think, a big issue. And to your question about the contract, I've already read all 75 or whatever pages.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to take this down without a recommendation. It was
Commissioner
properly-
Ford,
Yeah,
Can I say something on the record?
yes.
To your question earlier, the applicable rule is permanent rule of order 6F3, and it says no item shall be placed on the agenda unless sponsored individually by a commissioner except for land use cases, appeals, or other matters required by law to be considered by the county commission. If a commissioner withdraws sponsorship, another commissioner may be substituted as sponsor prior to final approval, but no item shall fail for lack of a sponsor. I don't think you ever moved to be removed as a sponsor.
No,
But I did
yes.
want to say that
Mhm.
it's a little confusing because it can't fail, but it can't appear on the agenda without an actual sponsor. So we do need a sponsor.
All right, this is what
to
I'm
get it
going
on
to
the
do to
agenda.
adhere to the rules and whatnot. There is a motion on the floor for this item to go down without a recommendation. I am fine with that, but Monday, I'm taking my name off. I need somebody else to put their name on because this is not good, ladies and gentlemen. And if I support this and my name is on this, that means that I'm okay with the activity that's going on, and I can't do that. So for the purposes of getting it down there, so you heard what I want to do. So
I
on
think the
Monday,
rule is a
becomes-
little murky. Marcy and I were just saying we need to clarify it because it's like it can't appear on the agenda, but it can't fail. So it's a little murky. It needs to be cleaned up. I don't know what the intent is, whether it can, move on to the agenda. It says it can't without a sponsor, but it can't fail. So
Bottom line, I don't want my name on this because we profiting off of poor black folks and inmates.
your sponsorship, I don't know if that requires a second, but just in case, let's get a second for that.
Yeah.
Second.
It's been moved, well, are we doing that in Robert's Rules Order since there was a motion on the floor? Am I allowed to do that? Or does she have to withdraw her taking it down without a recommendation first and before I take my name off? I just want to make sure that the precedence on the Robert's Rules is straight.
Yeah, well, I guess you never made your motion in time, so if she.
Commissioner Sawyer, can you
yeah.
temporarily withdraw your motion?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second it without objection. All right. Since it's clean, I'd like to move to take my name off as a sponsor. Y'all gonna let me keep my name on here?
This committee, I think is fine.
No objections.
Is there, you say you second it?
Yes. Oh,
All right.
okay.
Can we do that without objection, please? Okay. So now, since my name is off as a sponsor, what's next in the murky waters of our permanent rules?
Well, it can't fail for lack of sponsor, but it also, per your rules, it can't appear on the agenda, so you may need to suspend that rule.
Okay. What I'll do is, no. I think I know what we can do on this. We can suspend the rules on Monday to put it on, and it would require 9 votes, right?
Of those present and voting.
Of those present and voting. Which means somebody else needs to be a sponsor on this. I'm sorry. Usually when I'm a sponsor on something, I want to support it. And everything that I've supported that's had my name on it has passed. So I don't like what's in front of me right now. So let's go ahead and just try to find somebody to sponsor this on Monday and move to suspend the rules to finish the conversation, okay?
Commissioner
Yes.
Ford, I'll speak. I thought I just heard that this is completely separate. Commissioner Sawyer said it was also separate, if I understood her correctly, from the issue she raised. So if that's the case, I believe this contract's been in place for how many years?
2016, I believe it's when we implemented.
And are you aware of any conflict that was mentioned earlier?
No, these are two separate items and they are completely separate. It just happens to be the same company, but that's because they are proprietary in the jail management suite, but these are totally two separate items.
Well, then in that case,
Could
if
you-
it helps to have someone's name on,
Yes.
and then I'll sponsor it, and unless I learn differently, that sounds like reasonable to me. Thank
Okay,
you.
that'll help. I'll second that. Can we do that without objection? So, Madam Parliamentarian, the new sponsor for item number 5 is Commissioner Brandon Morrison.
Thank you.
All right, so now since I did ask Commissioner Sawyer to withdraw her motion, would Commissioner Sawyer like to bring that motion back now so that we can dispose of this item?
I motion to move this down without a recommendation.
And I'll second it. Any discussion? Any objection? This item will go down without a recommendation on Monday. Thank y'all very much for the Robert's Rules and Parliamentary Procedure 201 on that one. You'll probably have a lot of questions asked to you on Monday, so thank you very much. Commissioners, have you had a chance to read 6 through 9? Are there any questions that you may have to where there would be a problem to read all 4 items in the record and vote on them collectively? I'll give you a chance to look one more time. Is what I would ask, if there's no issue with any items, for the parliamentarian to read items 6 through 9 collectively so that we can vote one time and then we can reconvene audit and then we can go home. Do we have any objection? Seeing none, Madam Parliamentarian, you understand the instructions?
Yes, I do.
Proceed.
Item 8 is a resolution approving the.
6 through 9.
I'm sorry. Let me put my
6 through 9.
glasses on.
6 through 9.
Okay. Item 6 is a resolution approving the purchase of Cherwell Service Management Software Maintenance with Cherwell Software LLC in a total amount not to exceed $64,396.32, commencing upon March 16, 2021 through March 15, 2022. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 Information Technology Services General Funds in an amount not to exceed $64,396.32, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr. Item 7 is a resolution approving a contract amendment with Norston Communications, Inc., DBA Black Box Network Services to provide additional telecommunication and equipment maintenance in an amount not to exceed $94,731.08 annually, in addition to the already approved contract amount of $684,819.24, for a total annual amount not to exceed $779,550.32. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 Information Technology Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $94,731.08, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr. Item 8 is a resolution approving a contract with New Harbor Security for managed security services in a total amount not to exceed $447,996.77, commencing July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2022 Information Technology Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $447,996.77, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr. Item 9 is a resolution receiving and filing the March 2021 monthly comprehensive financial update report entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Report for the year ending June 30th, 2021, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr.
All right, can I get a motion on those 4 items? 6 through 9 has been moved by Commissioner Turner and seconded by Commissioner Morrison. Any questions on items 6 through 9? Online, otherwise, seeing no questions, we will now go to the vote on items 6, 7, 8, and 9 collectively. After this vote, we will reconvene audit.
Commissioner Turner. Sawyer. Wright, Milton. Ford.
Aye.
Mills.
Aye.
Morrison.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Sawyer, Ford, Beals, and Morrison. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you very much. Item 6 through 9 will go down with a favorable recommendation. If there's no new or unfinished business in budget and finance, we are adjourned from committee number 1. We will now reconvene committee number 13, audit. I think it's been brought to my attention that the CBIZ audit is going to be held until the 5th of May. And I just need a confirmation from Ms. Folsom, but I think that that is the case. Somebody say something. I think that is the case. If I'm wrong, I will be accountable for that, which I don't mind. So let's do this. Item 2 is discussion CBIZ auditor Shelby County Clerk's internal control presenters, Steve Lackey and Sonia Golden, representatives for CBIZ. I think this item has been moved to go to committee for the 5th of May. So what I'll do is I'll move this discussion item to be heard in 2 weeks. Can I get a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner Mills. Is there any objection? Seeing no, I'm sorry.
May I just have a question?
Yes, you may.
Seeing that there's an amendment for Monday in this office, would it not be wise to have the amendment after the audit?
This is just discussion. It's not a resolution.
Okay,
It's just discussion, and I think they weren't ready. That's all it is.
okay.
All right. Any other discussion? Maybe we move the discussion. Yes.
Excuse me, what happened to item number 1?
I'm just getting it out the way so that we can do one and be done for the day. Thank you for asking though. I know we're well over our time, but I'm just trying to get us done. So without objection, discussion item on the CBIZ audit will come to audit in 2 weeks on the 5th of May. And our last item today, unless we have some add-ons, is item number 1, which was asked about. So Madam Parliamentarian, last item for the day.
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the 3rd quarter report of the Shelby County Trustee for the year ending June 30th, 2021, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr.
Thank you very much. And it's been moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by myself. I do not know if Madam Trustee is still on for our last item. If she is, that's great. If she's not, what's the pleasure of the body? I have seen the report, and just me personally, I see the report in order for what it's worth. So do commissioners still want to vote on this item, or do you want to send it down without a recommendation? I have seen it, and we're looking pretty good on our projections. I will put it this way. The trustee has done, and her office has done a remarkable job getting us to almost 100% of collection.
I think we're fine to vote.
All right, seeing that as the case, let's go and vote on item 1.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to present.
Oh, Madam Trustee, there you are.
Been here
I
all
was
day.
saying so many great things about you, but now you popped up, so yeah. Go ahead, Madam Trustee.
If someone could put the presentation up.
I don't think we have somebody to put the presentation up, but commissioners should have the presentation in front of them. We do have it. Yeah. So do you want to go ahead and proceed? You can just let us know what page you're on so that we can follow you, Madam Trustee.
Sure.
We appreciate it.
On page 2, which is the total receipts report, what you will find is that as of the 3rd quarter, any collections and revenues of the county which are not seasonal should be at around 75%. For the most part, that is applicable countywide. I will address those where it is not. However, property tax revenue for the current year has exceeded 100% of the budget forecast. And so we are very pleased about that, and it continues to go forward. Within that category, however, we do have, and I'm going to suggest that most of these items, which are not at 75% at this point in the fiscal year, are pandemic related. The personal property tax, which is what businesses pay on their equipment, is a point or two below where it was last year, although we've collected more money because of greater assessments. The amount of the amount collected of the amount billed is a point or two lower. We are working on that now. It has not affected the overall amount. The property tax revenue has come in on real estate, et cetera. And speaking anecdotally from talking to folks coming in and out of the building, I think we're getting a lot of stimulus money from people who received it from the government and are using it to bring their property taxes up to date. Beyond that, the interest on delinquent taxes is over 100% of the budget. The pilots are over 100% of what was budgeted for collection. Moving on down the line, there we are. We're on page 2. When you see pandemic-related items such as hotel motel tax, car rental, on down on this report, you will find, and you don't need to move forward yet, but we'll get there, alcoholic beverage and mixed drink. Those are items that are not where they should be at this time of the year, and those can be attributed to continuing shutdowns in those categories. Sales tax revenue is above 75%. Page 3, please. Who's driving?
Ms. Folsom has the wheel. Oh, I thought you said you did. I'm sorry.
Page 3, please.
My apologies.
You will see the TIFs are right at 75%. And there you see the mixed drink tax, which is 39% of the annual forecast. Luckily, these are small portions of the county's revenue budget, and also alcoholic beverages, which is at 66, which is not too bad. You have the state income, the receipts from the state sources, which as of the third quarter of the year are at 88%. You have other fees and collections. There's the elected official fees. Those are at 44. That is also low. And the excess fees from elected officials, which are at 71 for a total of 69%, which is overall not too bad. And could we move to the next page? So what you see on this report, if you look on the middle section of the left column, the current amount billed, this is the percentage of collections as to the amount billed rather than the amount in the budget. The amount billed was up $12 million over last year. So although we've collected $16 million more than last year, the percentage of that is slightly lower. So we're at 95.12, even though we're $16 million ahead. Next page, and that is all tax types. On the realty, you can see that's the highest it's been in a very long time. We have collected 95.19% of the realty that's been billed. That's all the taxes billed on real estate. Next page. This is where you see the impact of the personal property taxes. Luckily, the real estate taxes are coming in because the businesses are a little behind. We are no longer 3 points difference. We've worked on that the past couple of weeks, and that's down to less than 2 points. But we will continue to work on it and see if we can get it up to regular levels. Some of those businesses just don't exist anymore. Next page. This is state assessed properties. They're always at about 99 to 100%. We budget that we will receive 100%. Next page. And this is the pilots for the year. Pilot billings have gone up to about $9 million from last year, and the amount collected is 1.4 million more than last year, but it's still taking our percentage down slightly lower than normal. But that has also caught up to about 94% as of close of business yesterday. The next page. This is the analysis of sales tax. You can look at that. It is at its highest point ever for each municipality. including the total to the municipalities. Next page. Same here. The numbers run from fiscal year 12 over there, or actually fiscal year 13, all the way up to present. And as of March 31st, we are in good shape on sales tax. The exceptions will be what you see on the bottom: Graceland, the Grizzlies, the Redbirds, obviously pandemic affected entities. Next page. This is all revenue types which have come in as of March 31st, going to general government, mainly general fund. Next page. Shelby County Schools, that is also at its highest point ever. Next page. Municipal schools, the same applies. Next page. Debt service, the same applies. No, I'm sorry, it doesn't. There used to be more pennies of the tax rate going to debt service than there are now. So debt service is actually higher than the last 2 years. It is at $129 million being paid out of property taxes into debt service. Next page. This is a snapshot of the county's portfolio at this point in time, or as of March 31st. In the 3 brown columns on the right, you can see that the 2-year treasury is down to about 0.16 as of March 31st. The state's portfolio, which is the far right column bar, is LGIP, is generating a return of 0.04. The Shelby County portfolio is generating a return of 0.19. These are significantly lower than they were last year at this time, and even lower than they were the year before. But we still continue to outperform the state's portfolio, and hoping for some break in the action as to opportunities for investment, which might bring us more yield. Next page. This is a bar chart of the investment interest over the course of the last 5 or 6 years. As you can see, 2018, 2019 was outstanding. Interest rates started dropping last year, and at this point, we were not in good shape, as good a shape last year as we were the year before, and this year is just sad. That's all I'm going to say about it. Next page. Trustee revenue is up. Through March 31st, we are $1.1 million above what was budgeted for our office's revenue for the year. That's commissions and fees for the trustees. So that is going to be money going back to the county. Next page. Office activity, y'all can read this. Essentially, according to my staff, the biggest office activity in February was we survived. Between the pandemic and the blizzard and no water the last week of tax season, we had 12 staffers in the physical office with porta potties outside, and we made it, and we collected money. We actually set new tax records in December and March. We did countywide training for cashiers countywide in May. We are in the process of finalizing the 2020 year-end pilot report, and the implementation of the new tax receivable system proceeds apace. Next page. I believe this is the current update on the Greater Memphis Financial Empowerment Center. The only thing I want to take a moment to point out is that non-mortgage debt reduction by those 700 or so clients is over $750,000. So the counselors are doing an excellent job there, and we continue to reach out for additional clients and work with United Way on the Driving the Dream initiative. Next page. And those are the GMFEC highlights for the last quarter. I have nothing further to add. I submit it for approval. Does anyone have any questions?
He stepped out. Thank you, Trustee Newman, and thank you for this report. If it's, seeing no one in the queue, I think we're prepared to take it to a vote.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer. Aye. Ford, Mills,
Aye.
and we have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Sawyer, Mills, and Morrison. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you.
Commissioner. Aye.
Goes down with a favorable recommendation. And you're welcome. And this, I do believe, concludes the audit committee and is our last resolution of the day. I did, colleagues, want to just express, many of you probably already read the obituary for Judge Harry Welford at 96. He passed away April 17th. But I personally wanted to express my condolences, and I believe his services will be on Monday. Thank you. Seeing no business before this body, I believe we are adjourned.